Who was it in chat who just said they're waiting here patiently? I just saw that. I think I saw a hedgehog in the username. I like you. Thank you. That's a great attitude. Hello, people. How y'all doing? Welcome to the... What has it been? 3 or 4 days? Hey, Strawberry Hedgehog. Since we got the background updated, I'm actually... It actually feels so much better to have stuff in the background, doesn't it? I didn't expect it, but it really, really does. It makes it so much more... I don't know. Makes me feel less lonely. Because otherwise I'm just standing in front of a fucking blank wall. How am I feeling today? Little bit off with a headache. Little bit. But we're gonna see what we can do, okay? Yeah, how's everyone doing? Do I have a desk yet? What the fuck do you think I'm streaming on? Are you wearing the Biden merch tomorrow for the election? Buddy, you know it. Where is it? Yeah, buddy. Finally found it. Hats don't really fit me. It's not tomorrow, sorry. Not tomorrow. Fuck you. I don't know what day it is. You know they meant a real desk? Nope, still on a fold-out cafeteria table. Hats just don't fit my giant brain, you know? Could your headache be from outdated glasses? Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Outdated glasses? Well, well, hold on now. Okay, I think my glasses are perfectly fine. Thank you. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. You worried about your headache with coronavirus? No, I've been having chronic headaches for, like, ages. So, well before. Oh, wait, he means a prescription? No, my glasses are fine. It's tension headaches. They're chronic tension headaches. What are you gonna do? Go visit a doctor? Fuck you. I'm not you know what? Here's the problem. I can't afford it. Sorry, guys. I just... YouTube ad revenue ain't what it used to be, people. I got $5 to my name. No, I'm kidding. Please don't donate. In fact, just for me even making that joke, don't donate to me this stream. Okay? Don't do it. I'm fine. How's everyone doing? I hope you're doing well. Have you gotten tested for COVID yet? Yeah, no, it takes a little more time. I'll do it in the next 2 days. 1, 2, maybe 3. We'll see how that goes. Okay? You probably get your headaches because you stream. Okay, all right, okay, fucking house. Let's all chill, okay? Let's all chill. How y'all doing, people? Here's what we have to do. We have some segments we need to go through. If you're looking for a Corbin segment, then you can suck my shit because, frankly, I don't care about the Britbongers right now. I actually looked through it, and I thought that the information available warranted a more extensive report than the typical React Andy content you've come to expect from me. So I thought I'd give it a few more days. There have been some interesting articles being written about it, and, you know, I would like the opportunity to brush up just a smidge more. We need to go over that. We're also going to go over the donations from yesterday that I wasn't able to get to. We will do that. But first, we have to talk. How's everyone doing, people? Like, really, for the election? I mean, we are, like, on the precipice. We are 2 days out. We are less than 48 hours from the beginning of things. Well, I mean, the beginning of things was a long time ago, but yeah, it's, we really are on the precipice, you know? I really don't know what the game plan is moving forward if we lose. You know, the Trump administration has already put out their immigration plan moving forward. We're going further into white nationalist territory. And, you know, who knows how long what I do is even going to be legal, you know? It wouldn't at all be surprising to me if at some point in the near future in a second Trump presidency, you know, we turn into anyone aiding and abetting the far-left Antifa terrorist group through online or other forms of collective organization are complicit in enabling terrorism against the United States. Something to that effect. Somebody has linked me a dumb tweet. Let's take a look. People talk... Oh, no, Jamie. People talk about fascism and neoliberalism like they're two different things and one can defeat the other, shaking my damn head. All right. Thank you, Jamie. Much appreciated, Jamie. I know you keep that shit to yourself when you're around Sam Cedar. He talks it back right into you. Yeah, I feel like one of the most like reliable lines along which you can determine how effective a leftist is whether or not they can tell the difference between liberalism and fascism, you know? I feel like that is easily like the hard line right there, because every like ineffective or highly utopian or overly idealistic or anti-electoral lefty I've ever engaged with they have always not been able to see a distinction between those two things, you know? Yeah. I mean, Wow, thanks, Bob. Yeah, anyway, so that's fun. Explain it? What, you want me to explain the difference between fascism and liberalism? What, do you want, like, a segment on that? Oh, God. I'll leave it up to Tempest whether this gets clipped. Give me 5 minutes. Historically, one of the biggest issues lefties have had with regards to their ability to meaningfully affect change is recognizing the difference between liberalism and fascism. There were a number of left-wing political parties which basically took their orders directly from the Kremlin in the 1920s and 1930s, which adopted the mantra of or at least the idea that this thing exists, this thing called social fascism. And the argument was that fascism, which we know, of course, ultranationalist, right-wing, tends to be ethnically exclusionary, patriarchal, obsessed with militarism and a plot against the nation, that sort of thing, that is one thing. And then you have another thing, and that other thing is social fascism. And social fascism is everything that isn't fascism or socialism, essentially. Social fascism, so named because it procures the social conditions which lead to fascism. And there is a crumb of truth in here as well. Take liberalism, for example. Does liberalism lead to fascism? Well, yeah, it totally can. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. 100% of the time, no. I mean, there's a lot of variance historically for how these things play out, but reliably enough, like, yeah. And the main reason for that is because here's the pattern of behavior. This happens every time. Liberalism, that is to say, a belief in democracy, individual rights, humanitarianism, and capitalism. The main issue there is the capitalism bit. See, capitalism invariably leads to the creation of an over and underclass, the bourgeois and the proletariat, those who own the means of production and those who simply work at them. And the issue is that this creates a massive power divide between essentially the wealthy and the poor. And wealthy people, because of the way capitalism works, necessarily have a greater degree of control over the mechanisms of democracy. That is to say, they will use democracy as a vehicle to push their own interests or their class interests. The problem is, not everybody likes that. In fact, most people don't benefit from that. Most people who are sold the myth of liberalism believe in things like egalitarianism and free education to all and, you know, that fun stuff. And those ideas were popular back during the Enlightenment. But the issue is, what do you do if you want those things, but it feels like in your country there's a very powerful group of elite people who don't want those things because it would cut into their profit margins? Well, you tend to fight back against that. But the thing is, wealthy people, bourgeois people, they don't want that fight. They don't want that fight. You think Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or the oligarchs around them want to, like, do this non-stop protracted democratic battle with the population? No, of course they don't. That's fucking... Why would they want that? They have the power to avoid that fight by making people obsessed with issues that do not directly affect them and dividing them along those lines. Divide and conquer, that's the mantra right there. So here are some things which tend to lead to fascism that in this country have direct relationships to class antagonism. Slavery, racism, apartheid, woman's right to vote, education, or the lack thereof, I suppose, Big one, nationalism. All of these characteristics, which are adopted and used in various ways by fascists or by people who lean towards fascism, these things can be made essential issues when they have nothing to do with your actual living standards. Take, for example, nationalism. No American has ever had their life improved by devoting themselves to the state. Never. Not once. Take racism. People in this country are obsessed with the idea that black people, welfare queens, are taking too much, that illegal immigrants are taking too much. The data doesn't bear this out at all. Time after time, century after century, the data is very, very clear. Fighting off other people based on their race, this doesn't benefit our country at all. And in no way. It doesn't improve our social cohesion. It doesn't improve our economy. It doesn't do anything. But people are still obsessed with these racial narratives of suppressing people based on their skin color or their language. Religion is another big one. Think of the fear of Muslims. Muslims in this country are more progressive than a large segment of the Christians who live in this country. But people still obsess over the idea that gays are going to be thrown off rooftops. And hey, there are parts of the world where there are a lot of Muslims who do believe in a lot of things that I find reprehensible. There are a lot of countries that rep those values. But if you actually look at how these things are charted out, distributed in a demographic sense, it seems like it has more to do with economic factors and how progressive the country is. If there are Muslims progressive here in America and Muslims reactionary elsewhere in the world, and Christians reactionary here in America and progressive elsewhere in the world, I think it less the religion that is the issue there and more a number of other factors that tend to correlate with religion. Yeah, there are also progressive Jews in the U.S. Yeah, of course. But the conspiracies around Jewish people tend to be less about them being reactionary and more about them being, a secret cabal of white-hating people. Whatever. The point is, if the wealthy or the bourgeois, whatever terminology you like to use, can get it into the head of the working people that there are other things they should be more concerned about than their own rights as an individual, than workers' rights, than the actual line along which they're being discriminated against, and thus creating more axes of oppression, you sow the seeds of fascism. Capitalism sows the seeds of fascism. And I prefer that, by the way, to the mantra liberalism leads to fascism, because there are elements of liberalism that are defensible and wonderful, ideas of equality and emancipation and education, which, while not fulfilled by many countries on this planet, in fact, I would argue essentially none, are still nonetheless worthwhile goals to strive towards. Fascism is the rejection of these values, the fear that these values are a weakness, unattainable because of threats to the state, whether they come from Jews or black people or pacifists or hippies or weakness or liberals themselves. So what is liberalism? Well, liberalism can be fascism in decay. Or, I'm sorry, fascism can be liberalism in decay. So can socialism. It goes both ways. Because just as it is possible for the bourgeois to overcome people's class interest with narratives of division, it is also possible for people to overcome that and to recognize that there is a line along which they are truly being shafted, and it is that class line, and they together, without racial discrimination or hatred or apartheid, rise up and they seize the means of production. Unfortunately, it's a lot easier to go to fascism than it is to go to socialism, because in a capitalist system, the wealthy, the bourgeois, they have all the power. So just statistically speaking, the odds are very much stacked in their favor when it comes to the ways in which they're capable of influencing society. They have that benefit. And of course, what with fascism being very, very idiosyncratic, there are many ways in which the development of fascist society can play out. There's no one narrative, but typically these patterns tend to reoccur over and over. So why am I saying all of this? Well, so I've essentially proved the point that I was trying to disprove, right? That liberalism equals fascism? Well, no. The problem is, Fascism doesn't just emerge spontaneously in the mind of every liberal-leaning person in a previously liberal country. Fascism is a disease. It's a creeping mold that spreads from person to person using ideas like nationalism and racism as vectors. And every once in a while, you get you want to call it a super spreader, like QAnon. You get these wacky ideas, and you can spread to many people very quickly, but it always requires a bad idea, and it spreads. But it doesn't spread to everybody, and that's the key distinction here. In a country like America, where there are liberals, there are many liberals in America, those who are still liberal are the people fighting off the disease. They are not the disease. And while assisting in the repelling of that disease does not cure it, you cannot rid a country of fascism through liberal reform, it does stall. And in many cases, the application of medicine is about stalling. Cures are hard to find. If you look through history, you will find even socialist countries, or countries that call themselves socialist, would, in many cases, later fall to internal problems that, while in hindsight seemed obvious, at the time, I imagine, seemed quite insidious. So we have to remember that when we're dealing with political efficacy, we can't deal exclusively in hard cures and hard determinations. There are many shades of gray. And I personally am of the opinion that an inability to distinguish between infected and uninfected portions of a country does not help us in curing it all. In fact, I would argue that the ability to distinguish between elements of society, individuals that are liberal and are fascist, is essential to administering a cure. Because a cure to fascism is socialism, done properly, and socialism can only take root should class consciousness spread amongst the people. And how are we supposed to spread class consciousness amongst the people if we are seethingly contemptuous of liberals who, in many cases, share fundamental ideas with us, but just haven't been exposed to the right conditions necessary to agree with us on the hard lines? How do we fix this if we can't distinguish between enemies and potential future allies? It's insane to me. Look, if you want to feel contempt for liberalism, go right ahead, though, I mean, sometimes like the illiberal left, I mean, some of these people reject the concept of equality. You can go too far with that. There are elements of liberalism that are defensible, but generally speaking, be contemptuous of systems. But for fuck's sake, man, if you actually don't believe there's a difference between a Biden and a Trump presidency, and I've been over this 100,000 times now, then you aren't capable of being a socialist. Because being a socialist and being an advocate for socialism means being aware of and responding effectively to the material conditions of the country you are trying to effect change in. And the gulf between liberalism and fascism, between right now, the Democrats and the Republicans, right now today, is large enough that an inability to distinguish between the two of them, you might as well be colorblind, man. You might as well be colorblind. Trying to color match a painting. You're not capable of it. You're lacking a fundamental form of cognition. Your inability to distinguish between these colors, between these ideas, means that any attempt at political efficacy on your part is going to end up being, I mean, deeply flawed. I apologize for my ableism, but do you guys understand what I'm saying? Yeah, Flame832, you're the one who asked to begin with, right? So there you go. Just, God help me. Guys, it is possible to criticize liberalism without doing this crazy both sides thing. I mean, God, what are we? Fucking centrists? Jesus Christ. Functionally, there's no difference between an enlightened centrist who can't see the difference between the Republicans and Democrats because they're a reactionary and because they're like some sort of far left ANCOM or whatever. There are ANCOMs who've got a good head on their shoulders about this sort of thing, you know? So I'm not impugning that ideology. I'm just saying, man, if we want to win You gotta know the difference between these two things. My God. Here's the funniest thing that I have in my mind. Hold on. I'll end on this. Okay. I'll end on this. Okay. If some of you guys remember, a while back, I was arguing with a tanky, and that tanky said something about the peasantry in Russia before the Soviet Union, and I made the mistake of calling them the proletariat. And of course, there is a fundamental difference between the peasantry and the proletariat with regards to their relationship to the means of production. Though in the context of that discussion, I don't think it actually made any difference, like at all, because we were talking about the relationship to power structures, not necessarily like specifically capitalism and specifically the means of production. There are power structures, of course, that aren't just economic. In that context, I think it was mostly semantic. But here's the kicker, okay? If you can't see a difference between liberalism and fascism, but you'll mock me for lacking a semantic distinction between the peasantry and the proletariat, your priorities are so fucking off. Your priorities are lost, man. You are beyond, you know? And man, I don't know. Man, I want to win, but in company like this, I don't know what the odds are. I think that we can get better. The American left wasn't always like this. The American left was not always this highly ineffective, highly anti-electoral, both sidesing, purity testing collection of dumb fucks. It wasn't always like this. There have been elements of it that have been like this for a long time, but it's gotten worse. And I think, in large part, that is because most of the left in America today is young, and young people are terrible, and they learn politics through the internet, and the internet teaches them purity politics, and the internet teaches them to be highly segregated in their ideologies in the interest of forming social groups as opposed to forming a movement. And for that reason, we are going through some growing pains right now. The fascists in America, they aren't mostly young. The fascists in America have been fucking with our democracy for generations. The fascists in America have been trying to destroy this country and turn it into an autocracy, well, more of one, for generations. They aren't a burgeoning movement of youth. They're funded by billionaires. They're funded by bankers and oil moguls. They're funded by politicians whose dads and their dads' dads were politicians. So they didn't have that weird growing period that we're going through right now. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Okay, good. Good. Very good. Impromptu, but there you go. Good. Go team. Yeah, go team. Yeah, there you go. What's the difference between proletariat and peasants? Proletariat work on the means of production which are owned by the bourgeois, whereas peasants, in the context of like serfdom and feudalism, typically have plots of land that they work on that are essentially the land is owned by a lord. It's the complicated difference between like how capitalism and feudalism respectively fuck over workers. But yeah. Trump says people blocking the Biden bus did nothing wrong. Yeah, I'm aware. Yep. And that's what we're talking about next. Okay. Wait, why are you all... Oh, because you loaded. You emote spammers. Jesus Christ. Did you see the cop that was riding next to it and laughing before getting off an exit? No. Look at my viewer count. 10,500. Yeah. For a video game stream, too. I mean, it's going to be. All right, chill out. Here's a pic of it for stream. Ah, how lovely. Ha, nice. Very nice. Thank you. Hey there, people. So I've made a lot of hyperbolic claims about the Republican Party over the past 2 years, and even before that, before I had a microphone. And I've gotten a couple of emails from people who followed me or who came to know of me through Tim Pool, and they'll say stuff like, "You're very hyperbolic. You know, the stuff that you say about Trump and his followers, you say they're all racist, they're all violent. You're not going to reach people like us with language like that." And to which my response is, and I apologize, you're going to have to sell me on changing my mind here. To anyone who's watched I think the video was uploaded earlier today, there have been Trump caravans that have been running around the states. Yesterday, they swarmed a Biden campaign bus and got them to actually stop their travel, actually got them to stop. They have currently shut down a bridge in New York City. I am not kidding when I say that. A New York City bridge. Do you have any idea how bad the traffic is in New York City? Do you have any fucking idea how bad that city's traffic gets, just like on its own? Oh, look at that. That's how nice. FBI investigating alleged harassment of Biden campaign bus by vehicles flying Trump flags. That's nice. I like that. I like that. You know? Godspeed, FBI, for once. You have fun with my... Oh, wait, I've got a little Halloween peepo down here. Hold on. Everyone, get distracted. Get distracted by the little Halloween peepo. You see that? Isn't it? It's wiping your brain, isn't it? It's wiping it clean. Nothing, no misspeaking to see here. Here, hold on. There we go. She's going to go back in the box, okay? Go back in the box. There we go. There you go. All right, see? Mind cleared, head empty. Yeah, oh, no, they're mad. Okay, here, we'll keep it up for... Okay, we'll keep it... Fine, fine. Okay, okay, here, just for you guys. There, okay, there. These caravans have been running all over the place, and more importantly than the actual damage they're doing, we have to take a look at the response the Republican Party has taken to this. Now, keep in mind, there are a lot of... Jesus Christ, fine people. My God. There are a lot of people who are who make the claim that Joe Biden hasn't denounced Antifa enough. And this is always a very bad faith claim, because the Democratic Party has never once actually signaled any support for Antifa. Not one. I mean, this just doesn't happen, you know? You think Antifa like Democrats? Do you think Democrats like Antifa? Like, no. Not even close. There's not even... Trust me, as somebody who's talked with these people, okay, let me tell you, okay? The Antifa folks, not here riding with Biden. I know. I wasn't able to get to all of them. I wasn't able to convince all of them that anarcho-Bidenism is in fact the future. Yes, do we have a video from the New York... Oh, here we go. No, this is, yeah. Trump supporters block and shut down New Jersey freeway ahead of Tuesday's election. Take a look at this, people. Hey, hey.
We shut it down. Woo! We shut it down,
yeah.
baby. We shut it down.
Whoa, we shut it down. Yeah.
We shut it down.
Hey, remember when the Republican governor of Florida tried to pass a law that would have given legal protections to people who ran over protesters in the middle of BLM? Remember how all the Republicans talked about how they should be able to run over BLM protesters, and like anybody who blocks the roads gets what's coming for them? Remember when there was that one fucking BLM protester who was killed by a speeding driver at a blocked off highway, and everyone just laughed? And there was like the video of them getting fucking smacked by the car, and they drove onto a blocked off highway. It's just nothing but comedy to these people. But hey, look at us. Look at us being so tolerant. Nobody's running over these Trumpers. Anyway. So, we get it. Trump supporters are violent lunatics who are complete hypocrites and will do anything they want at any point in time, as long as it makes their dicks feel hard. Okay? Great. Phenomenal. And here's what I'm curious about. How has the actual Republican Party responded to this? I mean, usually what you do in situations like this... Ah, yes, here we go. Here's the actual bridge blocking. There we go. Look at that. Oh, yeah, look at that. Going on about it. Now, usually the goal is to disavow, right? We all know the joke, right? Disavow, disavow, disavow. We all know, like, hey, Can't help but notice a bunch of Trump supporters blew up a synagogue. Hey, well, I disavow. Then you're over. It's over and done with, you know? Well, here is the response. I kid you not. The real, actual response from the Texas GOP with regards to the Trump caravan that swarmed the Biden bus yesterday. Chairman Allen West's response. 3 Trump supporters have been executed, one in Portland, one in Denver, one in Milwaukee. A leftist mob attempted to storm the house of the McCloskeys, threatened to burn down their house, rape Mrs. McCloskey, and then kill them both. Where is the liberal corporate media's concern about that real violence? Additionally, none of what your question implies is accurate. It is more fake news and propaganda. Prepare to lose. Stop bothering me. Maybe Soros can cut y'all another check in 2022. These people are fucking insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Can anyone seriously look at this and then decry me for believing the Republican Party is a terrorist organization? Look up Allen West. He's a war criminal and was found guilty? Really? Administrative action against Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, who was accused of using improper methods to force information out of an Iraqi detainee. Nice. That's wonderful. So he was tried for torturing too hard. I imagine. Shows you what type of people are with the Republican Party. Not that that's a surprise to any of us. This is actually, to my mind, I think this is one of the largest figures who I've seen do the Soros thing. Like, usually when I see the Soros shit, it's all the skeptic, alt-right, like crazy conspiracy right stuff. But when Republican officials are just straight up saying that it's Soros-paid opposition, I mean, it's leaking. All of the conspiracy shit. If you talk to a Republican, their only answer to you for why they're going to vote for Trump is either blatant misinformation or conspiracy. That's it. That literally, have you talked to a Trump supporter? They never talk policy. They don't even talk about like direction for the country. They talk about conspiracy theories every single time. It's literally a cult. And so long as they behave this way, I'm not going to pretend that Republicans or the Republican Party are some sort of noble underlying base of good old hardworking Americans. No, it's a fascist death cult. And I take great offense at anybody who suggests that I'm inaccurate in that description. That's it. That's all it is. That's all the fucking Republicans are. And you know what? It goes all the way up to the fucking top, people. Here's Donald Trump talking about the very same bus incident. In my opinion, these patriots did nothing wrong. Instead, the FBI and justice should be investigating the terrorists, anarchists, and agitators of Antifa who run around burning down our Democrat-run cities and hurting our people. See, this is why people don't care when Trump stammers out "I denounce white supremacy" whenever the mic is a couple inches away from his mouth. Because he's literally endorsing terrorism. This is literal terrorism. Right now, there are Trump caravans that are driving across the country. They are showing up at polling booths. They are running campaign buses off of the road. They are holding up highways. They are stopping in majority black areas and intimidating the local districts. These people are no different from the Ku Klux Klan. They are no different from the fucking white nationalists who ran terror campaigns in the South back during the 1920s, 30s, 40s. They are absolutely no different from the frothing at the mouth, screaming fucking pasty mayo people who are throwing rocks at black folk going to integrated schools. There is no difference. I completely reject this idea. I completely reject this idea that there has been some sort of noble transition of the conservative base in this country, because it hasn't happened, people. It's still there. They're exactly the same. Nothing has changed. There are two different narratives in this country. One of them has moved on and one of them has not. Amongst Democrats, the ideas Republicans consider aren't even open for discussion. When Democrats get together, they mostly eat brunch and waste their time. When Republicans get together, depending on what group you're in and the company they're in, you can range from anything from QAnon conspiracy theory to open white nationalism. But they have not moved on. They have not moved on. There is not a good base of conservatives in this country. If you have a conservative family member, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem. If you have a conservative friend, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem. Excuses don't look good in hindsight. History will crush these people beneath its feet. Every single time a political party has tried this shit, every single time they've gone down this road, they have been reviled through the generations. QAnoners today will be wearing the clothing that you'll burn after you find it in your grandparents' attic 100 years from now, if we even live to make it that long. There is no good history for these people. And every conservative, every Republican is on the hook for this. Every last one of them. They're all a part of this. Yeah, when you see I'm telling you, you think I'm joking. But when people in a while, 100 years, whatever, assuming we make it that far, people will be treating MAGA material the exact same way we treat Holocaust or World War II or Wehrmacht or SS materials today. Does that sound hyperbolic to you? Do you have any idea how close we are to the absolute destruction of our democracy? Do you have any fucking idea? Do you have any clue how the strength of our institutions is what protects us against the collapse of democracy? And our institutions are fucking dog shit. They are brittle. It's true. Our republic has been through worse than this and we were fine? No. The only time that our republic has even come close to this was during the Civil War, and it took a war to settle that. And it is only through economic circumstances and fate that the Union ended up more military powerful than the Confederacy. We were lucky in that respect. But change things around a little bit, change demographics, change civil and political circumstances, and no, things could have turned out just as bad then. How many times do you want to keep rolling the dice? Is that like a bet you want to keep making? Oh, every 150 years or so. You know, we just have a big old civil war between people who think dark-skinned folk are subhuman and people who don't. Oh, every 150 years ago, we completely reject democracy. You know, we won last time. Took a couple years. 100,000 dead. Hundreds of thousands. Burned cities. Decades of reconstruction. Left unfinished. Confederate war memorials left to stay up the same way you'd not allow Hitler memorials to stay up in East Germany after the Russians closed in. How many times do you want to keep flipping that coin? See, in my personal opinion, there are two directions that this country can take right now at this moment. And socialism isn't one of them. I'm really sorry. If you think we're on the cusp of a socialist revolution, you are... You're idealistic, and I genuinely admire your hope for the future, but I don't think that's really presently on the table. We have two possible directions. We can perpetuate a flawed system, or we can break that system and leave the pieces in the hands of the worst human beings currently alive and in power in this country. That is the choice that we have. We get two options right now, okay? And the best case scenario is avoiding the worst case scenario. That's the position we're in right now. So, I just encourage you guys to remember, at the end of all of that, we're not in 1930s Germany. Yet. Could be in 1920s Germany. Scale that time back far enough. But there is one light at the end of the tunnel. It's that in spite of their overwhelming, heart-crushing, mind-melting contempt for all life, a lot of Republicans are genuinely, sincerely unaware of the fact that they are terrible people. And as long as they are unaware, they can be made aware. It is always possible to change people's minds. We always have that power. Many of them are lost, and we can pull them in the right direction. Not through some weird culty conspiracy shit like they have to do. You know, how do you get a Republican in these days? Well, in spite of there being absolutely no deposition, no evidence, and everything that we said ended up turning up from a non-existent person whose face was an AI-generated algorithm who worked for a company that never existed. Hunter Biden is actually being controlled by China, even though he actually reported all of his income directly and legally, and also he has 18 terabytes of child porn on his laptop that we just haven't seen yet. I'm sure they'll show it to us, even though it's 2 days from the election. I'm sure they're waiting. They're going to wait until the last 30 minutes to show us it's totally real. It's all real, and you need to believe in that, because if you don't, CCP Joe is going to sell this country out, even though Trump was the one who was overly praising of Xi Jinping and has a bank account in China and has repeatedly capitulated to dictators around the world. Yeah, we don't need to buy into that conspiracy shit, okay? We have simple arguments. Very simple arguments, okay? Do you want your children and their children to live in a habitable world? Do you want to be able to afford to retire? Do you want your children to be able to go to school? Do you want a world where what you have is what you've earned? Do you want a world where you can wake up every day and feel secure in your housing, in your food, not because you've taken it from somebody else, but because society has advanced to a point where everyone is capable of enjoying those privileges? Do you want to live in the world that the Americans of the 1950s envisioned for us? There's something a little bit inspiring about the naive utopianism of the atomic era. If you look at the material they produced, they genuinely believed in that the Jetsons' future, where society and technology have advanced to a point where people can live lives of extraordinary subsistence and virtue. And nowadays, we don't believe that anymore. We're very cynical now. Some people say Watergate was what turned around. People got less trusting of their government. We shouldn't be trusting of our government. But there is something inspiring about that. The American people used to believe in a world that was powered by innovation and that was built fundamentally and improved fundamentally upon the virtues of the people who live in this country. I'm not going to say any dumb shit about them wanting a world full of equality, because they didn't. But at the very least, the Americans of 100 years ago would not have been fucking cutting the Achilles tendons off of the green energy industry in favor of fucking oil and fracking. Always we're fighting, not for progress, but against people who want us to regress. And at times we do better, and at times we do worse. But right now, we're at a flashpoint. And I genuinely hope that we, left-leaning people, anarcho-Bidenists, whatever, are capable of making these critical arguments to the people who need to hear them. Time is on our side, too. We do have that one benefit. Sounds callous, but elderly people are dying. Young people tend to be more in line with our values. Additionally, more and more non-white people are coming into this country. This is the reason, more than any other, why Republicans want to stem the flow of immigration. Because the death of this country, should it come, will be the product of the insecurities and the fears of white men. Look, as a white guy, I mean, I don't know why you all keep fucking this up for the rest of us, okay? I'm sorry, I'm built different. But demographics indicate this clearly. It's not to your interest either. Old white men, uneducated. Everyone will get an equal shot in a good world, but we have to reach that world first, okay? All right, we good? There were people malding in chat earlier. Is everyone okay? Are we doing all right? Is everyone okay in here? Is everyone doing okie dokie? Hispanics are voting for Trump? No, I'm pretty sure Hispanics are still mostly voting Democrats. We have genius Nick Fuentes fan over here, but that's it. When has it not been uneducated white men calling the shots, Vaush? This has been the case for centuries of Western civilization. Well, I mean, back in the days of the monarchy, it was educated white men. It's generally educated white men who use uneducated white men's insecurities to promote their own class interest. All right. Were there any debate? Do we have any debate farmers in here? Any debaterinos? There's a new poll that Latinos are going for Biden in Florida. Well, that'd be good, because Florida is probably the most conservative Hispanic state. You know? Oh, yeah, Kawaii Kara. We're going to do that, too. 52% of white women who voted for Trump made up the largest percentage of the electorate in 2016, and frankly, they never got anywhere near enough shit for it. Wait, hold on. I think we give white women plenty of shit. Maybe not enough, but I just want to say, I do feel like we give white women a lot of shit, generally speaking. You know? The best thing about white women is that if you want to be sexist, you can make it woke by saying white women instead of women. So when you're making fun of women for wearing Uggs and getting, like, fucking October Halloween themed food or whatever, all you have to do is say white women be like instead of women be like, and all of a sudden it goes from sexist to woke. It's actually an ingenious loop, you know? It's an ingenious fucking workaround. You can do it so fucking easily. It's actually amazing. Yeah, the pumpkin spice shit. Yeah. It's amazing. Can we go over 538? Yeah, let's take a look at 538. Then there's one last segment we're going to go over, and then we are going to Oh, guys, this is a troll. The Nick Fuentes fan, that's a troll. You can tell by the pixels. Okay, hold on. Okay? I was very, 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 very generous to you guys. We're now done with Peepo Halloween. Okay? We're done now with Peepo Halloween. Okay? It is no longer Halloween. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. It is no longer Halloween. It is no longer Halloween. I need to get a more stable camera arm. It keeps twisting slowly over the course of the stream. I should do like a time lapse and you can see it like slowly swiveling, you know? Can we get a Peepo turkey? I promise I'll have more Thanksgiving themed emotes, okay? I've just been stressed lately. Can you blame me for being stressed? Okay? It's my job to pay attention to all this stupid shit. We have one more segment we're going to talk about. Do you think you guys can handle that? I just lost the left, yeah. What the fuck is Thanksgiving? Oh yeah, you fucking Europores wouldn't even understand. You wouldn't even know the glory that is Thanksgiving. You know what my favorite Thanksgiving story is? My favorite Thanksgiving story is... Well, I'll tell you in a sec. I'm thirsty. It was a few years back when I was in college, and Hyena and I were making a Thanksgiving dinner to welcome my parents over. My parents were coming up to my dorm, and we were going to make them a dinner, you know, and I thought that was really nice. And we made it together, and Hyena did most of the cooking. I've never been good at cooking, but I made the stuffing, or at least I helped with making the stuffing, and it was great, except for one critical error that I made. I think I put the ratio, I did 4 times as much salt as I was supposed to. I think it was teaspoon to tablespoon, or I don't know if I did like a 1/4 cup instead of like a 1/4 something like that. But I just loaded that thing with salt. And this was while Hyena was looking away. I'm sure they would have caught me if they had been seeing it at the time. But anyway, just loaded. Yeah, I put 4 tablespoons instead of teaspoons, and I had to save it with extra butter and bread. Yeah, you gotta water that shit down. But anyway, it was basically just like a salt bath, you know? It was pretty incredible. Thankfully, I do like the taste of salt. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Jesse Lee Peterson has addressed this controversy? Hold on.
First time call out of Seattle. Thanks for holding. No problem. My question for you, Jesse, was: did you lock your Twitter account because you got caught liking a gay OnlyFans post?
Amazing.
Amazing. Amazing.
Do you think I handle my own Twitter stuff?
Oh, somebody else did it. How come you locked the account?
Lockwood.
None of your business. What the?
Okay, don't need the sound editing.
Are you a homosexual or something? What the?
No, but it doesn't really
Why are
matter.
you
I have
such
no problem with
Why
it.
are you such a beta male? What, you know all that stuff that's going on is not real, but you're being a girl right now. What making you be a girl right now?
There's nothing wrong with it, Jesse.
There's nothing wrong with you being a girl.
They were in.
Goodbye.
I love Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh man, what an American hero. Fuck me, dude. God, what an absolute champion of American values. Fuck me. Ah, that's good. Fuck, there are two things I want to talk about. Do I talk about the Trump rallies or do I talk... Should I just hand off 4 clips to Tempest tomorrow? I probably should, shouldn't I? Let's just... All right, we're doing it. Quick, 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 quick. Can we admit Thanksgiving is fucking cringe? Yeah, probably. I mean, I'll take any excuse to eat food, right? 5:38 in a second. Hello there. Who here is familiar with the fact that Texas Republicans have tried to throw out about 100,000 votes in Harris County? Who here has heard this story? Come on, people. I know some of you have. In fact, most of you should have. In fact, every single one of you should have, because this is, our democracy is literally fucking crumbling beneath our feet. Who here hasn't? Who here hasn't? Show yourself. Who here hasn't? Mods, ban them. Ban them. Ban them. Ban all of them. Don't. Actually, don't. Don't do that. That'd be a lot of people. Yes. I'm view-oriented. Don't do that. Okay. Here's the issue, folks. So, oh, well. Okay. Okay. So here's the issue, okay? There was a polling booth in Harris County that did drive-through voting, okay? Drive-through voting. COVID-19's a thing. Drive-through. Easy enough, right? No reason why that would lead to any more voter fraud. Easy enough. Sounds fantastic. Wouldn't you like to do drive-in voting? I think this is the future, okay? Maybe fly-in voting would be better. That's even more futuristic. You know, you're on a plane and you just drop your ballot out of the little toilet chute they have. Space voting, yes. You shoot it down from an orbital cannon. Well, whatever the case is, they stuck with the boring stuff. They did drive-in voting. Drive-in voting, which they had already determined to be a legitimate way of collecting votes. And then, hey, Harris County, a lot of Democrats there, so it seems. And it looks like now that they have collected over 100,000 votes, the Republicans in Texas actually don't think it's fair. They actually don't think it's fair. They think, actually, no. Don't count those votes. Those mostly Democrat votes. A lot of people of color. No. Well, they have made a legal effort to get those. It's actually 127,000 votes thrown out. And I have good news and bad news. The good news is the Texas Supreme Court has rejected the Republican-led effort to throw out nearly 127,000 Harris County votes. Woo! As I understand it, it was an immediate and unanimous rejection of this legal claim. The bad news is the challenge has also been filed in federal court. These motherfuckers also filed it in federal court, and it's going to be seen tomorrow. So the state court, they reject it. What about the federal court? Well, the issue is, in a last-minute filing to the Supreme Court, litigious conservative Stephen Hutz and Harris County Republican State Representative Steve Toth congressional candidate Wendell Champion and judicial candidate Sharon Hemphill sought to have the votes declared illegal. They argued the drive-through program was an expansion of curbside voting and under state election law should only be available for voters with disabilities. The same argument had been made in an unsuccessful previous legal challenge from Holtz and Hemphill, along with Harris County Republican Party, filed at the state Supreme Court hours before early voting began. So we're going to be dealing with this now in the context of the federal court. And I'm trying to look right now, but if I remember correctly, the federal judge that will be overseeing this is an incredibly partisan Republican, which means there is a very real chance they're going to get away with this. Does anyone know the name of the... I'm scanning this now. I just Googled this article because I looked at it previously. Does anyone know the name of the federal judge? The court rejected the case the next week with a lone dissent from Justice John Devine. Okay, that was the state. Oh shit, you're testing me? Oh, is it Jeffrey Epstein? Nice. Well, in that case, I guess we already win. The federal courts are now weighing the issue. Argues the county's implementation of drive-through voting violates the U.S. Constitution. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's some strong language right there. Yes, the founding fathers must have had a very strong opinion on drive-through voting. Do we have it? Is it Andrew Hannon? The Honorable Andrew Hannon. How you doing, man? Hannon developed a reputation as an outspoken judicial critic of the Obama administration's immigration policies and further advocated for policies specifically targeting immigrant communities. Nice. Hannon also purported to order U.S. immigration officials to turn over within weeks the names and addresses of 50,000 people who received deferral under the expanded Deferred Action Initiative. Oh, that's really nice. He ordered immigration officials to turn over names and addresses of 50,000 people who received a deferral. Damn, we're out here doxing people. Damn, going hard. Okay, here we go. On November 2nd, Hannon will hear a suit by the Trump campaign demanding at least 117,000 ballots cast at drive-through polling places be nullified in Harris County. Nice. So that'll be fun. We're going to see how this goes. Yeah, appointed by George W. Bush. That'll be a fun one. Yeah, hopefully hopefully that doesn't go through. Yes, this is going to be something Republicans will be doing in essentially every single swing state. I believe he was asked about this. I mean, by he, I mean Joe Biden. And Joe Biden has said that he has a legal team assembled to meet all the challenges the Trump legal team will be throwing out there following the collection of these ballots in swing states. So it's going to be a massive legal battle. It's essentially going to be, you know that cringy scene from the end of Avengers Endgame that everyone photoshops their old cringy fucking memes over, where all like the Thanos and Avenger people show up. It's gonna be like that, except with fucking two teams of lawyers, okay? They're all gonna show up in fucking cars, run at each other, and ora until it's all settled, you know? Anyway, nothing new here. Republicans are contemptuous of democracy. That wasn't cringy. Well, it's Avengers. Yeah, what's that old quote? When conservatives are no longer capable of winning in a democracy, they will not abandon conservatism, they will abandon democracy. Truest quote ever, by the way. Truest fucking quote ever. Man, oh man. What a bombshell of a quote, honestly. I feel my brain swelling just saying it. It's so fucking true. So goddamn true. Yeah, so that'll be fun. And by the way, what you can look forward to is no matter what the outcome is, whether these 100,000 or so votes are cast out or not, Republicans will say it's a conspiracy either way. If they're thrown out, Republicans will say that they were just barely able to prevent lion Democrats from working with the deep state to get these fake votes in. And then they'll say that the Texas state courts that dismissed the move to get rid of those ballots are actually rhinos, and that they're part of the deep state too. There's no end to this. At what point do we strike? How do we strike? We have no fucking labor unions in this country. Isn't it like 17% of workers are covered by unions? Who the fuck's gonna strike? Everyone's poor. Nobody can afford anything right now. Unfortunately, 7%? Well, it's some low number. Unfortunately, labor or general strikes are something you can only really do after you've built up enough of a union base, and yeah. So striking's not the way forward from this particular situation. Sorry, I meant violence, not strike. Political violence. Ugh, don't get that out of here. Political violence to prevent a country from falling into fascism as its officials openly disregard democracy, tossing out the votes of hundreds of thousands of Americans in a blatant effort to try to force a coup? Sorry, Sweaty. That's not how politics works. Okay. All right, we have a potential Libertarian Republican planning to vote Trump once you convince them both by my DMs. They wanted to debate as well. Don't seem to care about the topic you want. It could be pre-elected. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Get them to message me. Okay? To be honest, I don't care very much about this story. It's like Trump keeps having these rallies and people keep getting left in the cold after them. People stranded after the Pennsylvania rally. The Florida rally sent like a dozen people to the hospital because of the heat. The fucking Omaha rally sent people to the hospital because they were freezing to death. And this was like 3 days in a row, you know? It was really fucking funny. But to be honest, it's mostly just like funny content. Like, it's not as politically expedient. Sure, yeah, let's talk to a not undecided, but maybe swayable voter. And then we're going to read donos, and then we're going to play some fucking Amnesia. All right? Who is this person? Why do I always have to fucking friend request them? Am I not the big boy here? Who is the big boy if not me? Oh, they friend requested me. They friend requested me. That never happens. You keep forgetting about 538. We'll do 538 after the fucking discussion, okay? Jesus Christ, you people. Are you not doing a Corbyn segment? Yeah, it's kind of stupid, isn't it? He's not even doing a Corbyn segment. Hey, what a fucking blighter. That's bloody ridiculous. Yeah, stupid. All right. Let's do this stupid shit.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, hold on, I gotta turn off your stream.
What's up? That would probably help.
What's up? Ah, I am here.
Nice. Okay, the stream's off. Hello. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we made it. All right. What's on your mind? You said you're a libertarian Republican voter who's interested in talking about it, right?
Yeah. So, can I just give you some background?
Yeah, hit me up.
So first of all, I'm a little bit nervous. I've never done this before. So one of my friends, he's very left leaning. I think you'd call him.
Uh-huh.
And he recommended one of the videos that you made, and I watched it. It was about that one guy that shot all the a bunch of the protesters and
Kyle Rittenhouse?
I think that was it. Yeah.
Okay, that's probably not my best video, but yeah, sure,
yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I that's where I was going. So I kind of got turned off by that. And I was like, I saw your debate with Destiny about it. And I was like, I don't know about this guy. But I stopped watching you for a while, and I just recently I started watching you again, and you have some good points with stuff. I don't know anything off the top of my head that I could bring up about any good points that you had, but I know there's been some things that I agree with you on. And my main thing with this conversation, I kind of want you to convince me that Biden would be better than Trump, and this is probably just what the YouTube algorithm or whatever social media that I'm on wants to show me, I've seen The Social Dilemma and all that, but like, so I'm probably more biased because of the things that I've been showed. I don't get shown like the whole truth. Like what you just showed like a couple of minutes, like 10 or 15, 20 minutes ago, you showed the Trump supporters like blocking the freeway. And I was completely baffled by that. I was like, what, Trump supporters doing that? I've only ever seen like Antifa or some people doing that. And like that just that opened my eyes like, wait, what the fuck is going on? And so I've never seen that before, and it was really weird. So yeah, I like for you to convince me that, like, just show me some more stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. So we can, I guess we can take it in broad categories. It's impossible to touch on every point.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, so with regards to climate change, is that an issue where you think that Trump is decidedly better than or neutral to Biden, or would you generally agree that Biden's approach is superior?
I haven't really quite thought about the climate change issue. I know that I think that climate change is definitely an issue. I don't necessarily like the way that the left side of the political spectrum is like going with it. Like they want to shut down the oil industry. I think what needs to happen is that we need to stop incentivizing, or we need to start incentivizing more green energy and like solar panels and all that. But I don't think we should restrict more of like the oil and the natural gas. I think we need to put subsidies on the greener stuff, and then get rid of the subsidies on the oil stuff, and that will push our economy more into the green like energy more naturally instead of forcing it.
Sure, but
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you just described what Biden wants to do. Biden doesn't
Is
want to
that what he
actually
wants
like
to do?
cold turkey cut off oil. That would destroy the country. But removing subsidies from fossil fuels and placing additional subsidies on green energy development, investing in that, and getting additional jobs from the investment in that new energy, like that's the plan that he's moving towards. He has a whole plan with the $2 trillion climate change deal, which I mean, you basically just like described it. And
Really?
yeah, and whereas Trump's friends are all oil moguls. I mean, he has no interest in curtailing the power of that industry, not even slightly. So I think that like if that's your goal, like a gradual transition, I'd say that's a pretty a Bidenistic policy. If I would, I mean, I'm a little more radical personally. I think that I think that we should perhaps have a talk with these oil execs at, I don't know, The Hague. But in radicalism aside, I think that you wouldn't find too much issue with the actual policy positions.
Okay. And so basically what I said was the Biden plan. That's essentially what it is, right?
Yeah, the Biden, yeah, it's a $2 trillion plan that he's advocated for. He adopted it about 4 months ago. It was part of concessions that were made from him or to the Bernie sort of bloc. And I think it's generally a pretty good plan. I mean, from what I understand, generally speaking, like American job growth is and always has been about innovation. Because we've always had like the resource base to kind of capitalize on that fresh new technology. So for us to try to like build jobs by like bringing manufacturing back or like hoping everyone will work at an oil plant, like that's like centuries old, technology. Whereas we could get a head start on the rest of the planet. If we get on green energy fast enough, other countries will have to rent or buy that tech from us. I mean, we would be putting ourselves in a huge, like, advantageous position come the turn of the, 2030, 40, and so on. Yeah.
And the $2 trillion thing that you talk about, what's that in reference? Like, what is the $200 trillion doing? Or like, what is it?
You mean where does it go to, or like over
what is the economic growth that's going to do, or like what is that $2 trillion number?
It goes to it goes to subsidies. It goes, huh?
That's what it costs. The 200. Or
yeah,
2 trillion.
I think it's 2 trillion over 10 years. I think that's the frame. Is it 2 trillion over 5 or 10? Chat, I'm blanking right now. They'll tell me. 10 years. Okay, yeah, so 200 billion per year. But essentially the goal would be to you set a standard for carbon pollution free power by 2035. It would also go to upgrading buildings and weatherizing homes, and it would go towards subsidies to the green energy industries. And it's all, I mean, it's all pretty manageable. Keep in mind, $2 trillion over 10 years. Trump was just trying to push through $2 trillion for a single stimulus. So we have the money to do this, and it would create quite a few jobs.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you about taxes. So as a libertarian myself, I'm very, as you can probably assume, I'm very against taxes. And that goes like basically across the board. So just because I don't believe we need to give the government more money. Like why? Because they're incredibly inefficient about a lot of things.
In what way?
Healthcare is one of them. We spend an insane amount of money on our defense, which
healthcare is private. So
that's, well, it's like half and half, right?
Well,
so some of it's like public, some of it's private.
Well, the only reason why Medicare and Medicaid are so expensive is because they're working off the infrastructure of a private healthcare system. If this system was public, like made public, like through Medicare for All, or even just through a public option, it would be significantly cheaper. Like in this case, this would be an instance where decommodification would actually make it a lot more economically efficient. The military, I will agree with you on. I'm not here advocating for increases in military expenditures, but both Democrats and Republicans are going to keep doing that. So that's like we get that evil no matter what, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So that kind of puts my mind to ease. The taxes with corporate taxes, specifically corporate taxes. From what I've seen is, like when you slash corporate taxes, it seems, I don't have like specific numbers. This is just generalization. What seems to happen is that companies seem to like come back to the country. Am I wrong in that assumption?
Well, in the United States, yeah, because there's not really a relationship between our corporate taxes and the amount of and like the willingness that companies have to invest in our country. There are countries that do that, like Ireland, for example, where their corporate taxes are so low that they, like, corporations will like set up, their facilities over there just to take advantage of that. But in America, we have an amazing country here. We shouldn't be selling these corporations on low corporate tax rates. We should be selling them on our incredible infrastructure and incredibly well-educated population. It just seems kind of weird that we would have to beg for scraps with multinational corporations when most of them were built up and powered by American innovation,
Okay. And then also this kind of goes back to the oil industry kind of thing. With like jobs and everything with that, would transferring into a more green energy kind of thing, would that kind of reduce the amount of jobs we have?
Everything that I've seen indicates that it would increase the number of jobs, because right now, like the longer developing technology usually takes more people working on it to get a respective amount of output. So with oil industry, for example, this has been going on for 150 years. We know how this works. American businessmen have streamlined it to the maximum possible point. But with green energy, we're innovating. Like every single month, we develop something new about carbon scrubbing or about the efficiency of solar panels or lithium batteries. These industries are on the rise. And in order to transition our country into like a functioning green energy sustainable country, like this process would take like an unfathomable amount of labor, but profitable labor, because we'd be investing it in something that's like worthwhile, that people want, that people need. So I feel like it would create a great number of jobs, and every economic report that I've seen has indicated that as well. The goal would be transitioning it in a way that would minimize harm being done. Oh, wait, I'm being informed right now. Apparently more people work on solar fields than oil fields currently in the United States. So, really? And that's with the minimal investment we've given. And that's only solar. That's not even our other types of renewable energy. So it would just be a way of responsibly transitioning people from one to the other. Like, you don't want to just delete the oil industry. You have to like incentivize people to move over, and you can get people like ex-oil employees moving over to like these panels, and that'd be good, I think.
Okay. So from me talking to you, I feel a lot better about this, because like it in my mind, I have like something where it's like these lefties, they want to like do all these radical changes and such. And like the kind of, I don't know where I'm going with this, but like it feels like all of you guys want to like change everything so suddenly, and like you saying it needs to be a gradual change, like something like that. Like that makes it a lot better. Like from what I see, at least, it just seems like everything has to happen like within this specific time period. It has to happen this fast. Like the Green New Deal, like it has to happen, like it has to happen within like this amount of time. And I don't really feel like that's where it actually is. I feel like you guys are more open to change than I thought.
Yeah, the thing that concerns me the most, it's like you said it earlier, it's where we get our information from. So historically speaking, the two biggest like hand-in-hand allies of the Republican Party have been the military-industrial complex and the energy industry. And that historically, if you look back, even going 50 years back, I mean, all the way at least back to Eisenhower, those two like massive industries have been like some of the hardest determiners of where Republican policy goes. And what's frustrating to me is that it feels like oil, like right now, I feel like green energy is a slam dunk. Like we make our country, more energy efficient. We reduce our reliance on other countries. We develop technology we can sell to other countries. We create new jobs. We develop an industry that nobody else is investing in as well as we can. If we really put our heart to it, we could blow Germany, we could blow Japan, we could blow China out of the fucking water, like easily. This is America. We have that money. And the issue is like these dinosaurs who work for the oil, who run these oil and gas industries, the ones who pump hundreds of thousands, millions into lobbying. These people are like, no, it won't work. You have to keep giving us the money. And it's like, damn, dude, fucking die. I don't care about these people. I care about the oil workers, like the people who actually rely on that for their well-being. But hey, those people, even let's say worst case scenario, like we can't move these people over in time, the amount of money our country could make from properly investing in green energy would provide a social safety net that could help them in a way that they could never get. Like right now, their 401ks are suffering too. Their children also are getting higher and higher tuition fees at college. Like all of these economic systems feed into one another. And the backbone of all of it, at least in a capitalist system, is, it's innovation and growth. And we're not growing. We're not innovating. We're just finding ways to reiterate upon profit motives that feed money into the same groups of people,
Yeah. Okay. So let's do social issues now.
Yeah.
I'm very this. So you talk a lot about racism and on the part of the Republican Party. I kind of, you said something with, I saw another debate that you did with another viewer, and you said all Trump supporters are either racist or are okay with racism. And I kind of agree with that, because it's kind of like they just don't care about racism. Like they don't think it's that big of an issue. So yeah, they'd be okay with racism. But from my point of view as a libertarian, I'm more like, it doesn't matter if they're racists. As long as they don't input that into their policies, then I'm cool with it. Like, I don't really care because they're not implementing it into their policies, right?
Sure, but are they not?
So this is where I'd ask you where Trump has implemented racism into his policies.
Yeah, I'd say that calling the largest civil rights movement in the history of the country, made up of anti-American like thugs and rioters, like holy, and then decrying all of them as an enemy of the state, I'd say that would be like, it's like, man, it sure is a good thing that JFK wasn't like Trump back in the day, like back during the civil rights movement, or like the civil rights bill probably would have taken a couple more presidential administrations to come through. We have that. We have the persistent, LBJ, we have the persistent Republican narrative that there is no systemic racism in this country, which, if you believe that, and that's what they believed back in the civil rights days too. The elimination of like equal housing rules, the Muslim ban, which it's not race technically, but if we want to talk about like bigotry against groups of people for reasons other than their own behavior. if we want to talk about, God, oh, sorry guys, what's the name of that white nationalist who is literally right now drafting a second-term immigration plan for Donald Trump, where he wants to even further curtail? Yeah, Miller, Stephen Miller, thank you. Who's literally a white nationalist who writes Trump's speeches, who writes his immigration policy, who's currently trying to like curtail further the immigration of non-white people. We can talk about his treatment of illegal aliens or like undocumented immigrants and the way in which he's fear-mongered. It feels like Trump only became politically relevant after he became the largest perpetuator of the myth that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. Like he was the origin of the birther movement. So it feels like that plus like a bunch of testimonies from people close to him over the decades that he has some very wacky beliefs about Black and Jewish people and Latinos. It just seems like white supremacy is kind of baked into this country's narrative, you know, like it's pretty, and especially with the Republican administration right now, they're really doubling down on promoting like white supremacy as their underlying interest, you know?
Okay, so I saw someone in the chat mention the Muslim ban. So I know that Trump called it a Muslim ban, and like I think that might have been one of the reasons why, but like I can't help but think that is there any possible like other reason that they would go for a ban on those countries? Because India, from my knowledge, India wasn't banned in the whatever Muslim ban, right?
No.
And that's the largest Muslim country.
Well, proportionally, it's mostly Hindu people. I mean, most of it's Pakistan is where.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you mean? Wait, do you mean Indonesia?
That might be it.
Okay. Yeah. Indonesia. Well, the reason why he did that, because before it was reported that he was talking with his aides, like, how do I ban Muslims in a way that isn't unconstitutional, you know? And the one that he settled on was using an Obama-era list of countries that may represent national security threats. And the reason he chose the countries that he did was because using Obama's list that was established for reasons that weren't outright bigotry would give him kind of like a plausible deniability when it came to the implementation of the ban. You know what I mean? It would be like if you had a friend who was like trying to bring together like friends for a basketball game, and just because of the way neighborhood demographics worked out, he like picked up a lot of Black people, you know? And you were like, yeah, okay, so we're not having any more people on the basketball team in our school. We're just done with like the basketball team, you know? Like, you're not specifically targeting Black people, but the way circumstances kind of like came together suggest you're looking for a way to get rid of them without directly invoking the group identity. You know what I mean?
So, and then the other side of that is there no reason to be suspect of Muslim immigrants into our country?
No. Muslim immigrants in this country are less radicalized than the evangelical Christians who already live here.
Okay. So from what I see, and this, you can take this with a grain of salt because I'm not exactly the most educated. It seems as though they have like the culture shift seems radically different. Like the laws they have there are not necessarily similar to our laws.
What do you mean there?
In the Middle East.
Sure, but I mean, if you look at the Muslims in this country, they commit less crime than the domestic population. So whatever political characteristics they have from those countries, there's clearly a difference. Think of it this way. The Muslims in those countries who are most likely to want to immigrate to America probably aren't the type of people who would go running up to club gay people the moment they see two guys holding hands in the street, you know? It's usually more educated, more progressive, less radical Muslims who have the money to travel to America and settle here. Immigration as a process tends to select for the well-educated people, just because those are the ones who usually have the money to afford the process. Europe's situation is different, because a lot of the Muslims in Europe didn't come through an exclusionary, gate-kept process. A lot of them are refugees, which means that they have like a whole different set of like demographic issues to worry about, which I still think are manageable, but it's a different system. Here in America, though, it just doesn't seem like there's any threat to us from Muslims, like at all, really.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say next is the refugees.
Mhm.
So do you think that we should bring refugees into the U.S. or bring
Yeah, as
more?
much as our country can take, right? I think it's just I mean, it's just a humanitarian effort. If there are people around the world who are incapable of living comfortably where they are, I think that our country is bountiful and wealthy, and it's good of us to take them in. I mean, if we take like 1 billion in, of course we can't do that, but we should take people in, yeah.
Mhm. So then what do you say to I guess all there were what, 2 terrorist attacks in France this month or last month,
Mhm.
and there were like 5 other terrorist attacks were that were like stopped before they actually happened.
Yeah.
So and that was, at least people are saying that's because of all the like amount of refugees that they're taking in and stuff like that. So what would you say to that?
Well, I mean, they're in a completely different situation from us. They took in a fuck ton of refugees because of the civil war that sent literally millions of people north. You're going to have problems integrating large segments of the population like that, no matter what. But right now, here in America, we don't seem to have those issues. It would be like pointing at a person who's like they've eaten at a buffet and they've had a fuck ton of food and they're getting kind of gurgly, you know, because they've eaten too much. And then there's somebody who's like sitting down and they've eaten like 2 fig leaves and like a slice of tomato. And you point at the person who's eating the tomato slice and you're like, hey, whoa, hold on there, buddy. Let's slow down. Don't want to end up like gurgles over there. I think that our country is capable of handling more than we currently do. Also, usually the terrorist attacks in European countries aren't refugees themselves. They're usually operatives who go there and commit terrorist attacks because they're relying on the crackdown from the state to radicalize refugees. That's usually the goal of terrorist groups. It's not like their goal isn't just to like kill a dude. Their goal is to heighten the antagonism between 2 demographic groups until it leads to war. That's what Osama bin Laden was trying to do. I mean, he wrote all about it. Like he wanted to show the world, like he wanted to get back at us for our crimes, to show the world of our persecution of Islam, and that sort of thing. The best solution there really is to not take the bait. You know, don't crack down. You can find ways to deal with terrorism that don't involve like restricting travel or civil rights.
Okay, so one of my biggest fears as a result of if refugees came into America, we'd see something that alike to 9/11, um, not like by what you said, like how certain radicals would be infiltrating the system into to getting into our country, right? And then they would commit something like 9/11, and then we'd have another wave of new laws that would essentially restrict freedoms, as we did in 9/11.
Yeah, but
After,
that's an excuse for white nationalism. That's essentially saying ethnic tensions will lead to state crackdowns, so we need to have only one ethnic group, you know? I think there are
well,
ways to fight against the totalitarianism without fighting against the ethnic inclusion. 9/11 wasn't caused by refugees. It was caused by a terrorist effort funded by a state we're still buddies with. And most of the deaths that have taken place in this country from terrorism over the past 20 years have been from white supremacists. So
mhm.
I mean, this is like a developing issue. If more and more refugees come into our country and we start to see problems as a result of that, we can scale the number of refugees we take in accordingly to balance out whatever problems we're having. But right now, I just don't think it's a real social issue. I mean, right now, today, 1,000 people have died from COVID-19. How many people have overdosed due to overprescribed opioids? I just can't get it in my heart to get that worked up over the possibility that maybe if we let more refugees in, eventually one of them might do a terrorism. You know, it's just
Yeah.
it's a very abstracted and sensationalized problem relative to the stuff that people tend to actually suffer from.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah. Uh, all right. That makes sense. um, so I'd say that I'm trying to think. Um, uh, I guess you convinced me on that one. I don't. I have.
No, ain't nothing. Were there any other particular topics you wanted to talk about? Like, I guess we kind of touched on the economy with the energy thing and the social issues. Was there anything else you had in mind?
I'd like to do gun laws.
You and I are probably going to agree on the gun shit. I mean, I'm pretty pro gun. I think that the Democrats and the Republicans are both like fight over marginal gun laws that don't meaningfully restrict people's Second Amendment rights that much. Like most gun laws are passed by states, not by the nation. And it feels like there's never enough popular support to actually go through with national gun bans. So while I don't like the attitude Democrats have on guns, I guess I'm just not that worried about it, you know? Because like maybe it's like they like have an extra background check, or they you know, there's a terror for some dumb shit. Well, it wouldn't be terror because we make all these guns, you know, locally. But any shit like that. But, like, I don't think that Democrats are actually going to start rounding up guns. I don't know. If they did, I feel like the Republicans in this country would fucking nuke themselves. So I guess I'm just not too concerned about it. But I agree, like, Democrats' attitudes on guns are fucking stupid.
Okay. So my view on guns are probably a little radical. I don't think there should be universal background checks. I don't think we should really. I think that as we should, it should be managed by the states, like as you said, they pretty much are, right? And there was one other point that I was gonna say. I forgot, but the way it is in Florida, from what I know, they have very lax gun laws. Am I correct in saying that? Do you know?
I'm pretty sure Florida has pretty lax gun laws, yeah.
Yeah, so like things like open carry, and I don't think they have to have a license to conceal carry either. I think the way the gun laws are in Florida are like ideally where I would want them. So yeah.
Yeah. I think this is always going to be a state by state thing. I don't think there's ever going to be a national gun law that's like really that punitive, and it's mostly going to be a matter of like maybe one day California is like basically no guns allowed. California is pretty restrictive, but hell, even in California you can get a gun pretty easy if you want to. Like, it's not that much of a bother. And then in Florida, maybe everyone's driving tanks to work. I don't really know, but yeah, what I would say is like I can acknowledge that Democrats piss me off with their gun talk, but like that's a concession that I'm willing to make with regards to other stuff like the economy, COVID, the energy industry, and like climate change. Like this to me would be like a lesser evil voting kind of thing, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Have you changed your stance on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing since that's happened?
I feel like I don't know what perspective you came out of that with. I feel like I got misinterpreted a lot. I don't think because I've acknowledged there are arguments for Kyle Rittenhouse having legitimately engaged in self-defense that I can understand legally and morally, though I don't necessarily know if I lean those ways. The real thing we got parsed on in that discussion was whether or not if you have recently killed somebody, you have a moral obligation to surrender yourself to nearby civilians who attempt to apprehend you. And in my mind, I think that's still the case, because I think otherwise you get some really weird territory. Like, I know you've probably heard this because you listened to the debate, but imagine like you're fuck me, what's a good example? You're like out at a protest or something like that, and you go into an alleyway to take a piss, just a big steaming piss, you know, like you really need to go, and like somebody tries to like mug you, like they show up behind you with a knife, but you're carrying, you turn around, you shoot them, and the protesters out in the street, they just hear a gunshot. People run up to you. These people look angry. You're holding a smoking gun. You know, there's a corpse at your feet. Your cock's out because you were just pissing. And in my mind, in that situation, and this is very, very marginal, but in that situation, I think the more responsible thing for the shooter to do is to drop the gun and surrender than it is to start shooting the people who come to stop you. Because I think that just in a utilitarian sense, you're more likely to get a good outcome if you just throw your hands up, say, holy shit, it was self-defense, than you would if you just started mowing down anyone trying to be the hero and stopping you, you know? And I still hold that perspective, but I still think that's very marginal, you know?
Okay. I understand that. We don't agree on that, but I understand where you're coming from.
And you just can get, like, you turn to, like, have you played Doom Eternal, or, like, either of the Doom games?
Yeah.
I'm just worried, like if you legit kill somebody in self-defense, like legitimate exercise of self-defense, and then like people come to stop you because they think you're just like an active shooter, and like 15 minutes later you're standing atop a mountain of like fucking college student corpses with like your ARs smoking in both hands, you know. And I don't know. I just worry. I don't know if that's the best solution, and I wouldn't want somebody feeling like that's the moral or legal path to take there. But again, and I acknowledge this, the problem with that discussion that I had is that we quickly got into the weeds of highly esoteric self-defense philosophy, which is going to be relevant like basically 0% of the time. So I don't know if that's like a hair worth splitting, you know.
And I saw someone in the chat said you do need a concealed carry license. So scratch that. No concealed carry license, and open carry would be my ideal state.
You want the gun laws of international waters, essentially. The
yes.
Yeah, where you're on like the yacht with like the cartel dudes and everyone's just chilling with their fucking Uzis out, you know?
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. So I assume we probably agree on abortion, but I do want to talk about that for a second.
Yeah, hit it.
So I'm pro-choice, and I assume you are too.
Yeah.
So my rationale for pro-choice is the state has no place in the health of your body, and that's basically what I believe. You? So do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that if you believe the state should be able to prevent an abortion, you get into a very fucking weird position with regards to bodily autonomy. Can I give you like a hypothetical?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So usually so here's how the argument tends to go. It'll go like, I should not be forced to attach my body to an entity that I don't want to be attached to. I should be able to detach myself from it, even if it will cause that thing's death. And then the response would be, but that entity didn't just show up. That's a baby inside of you, and it was your behavior that led to the creation of that baby. Ignoring rape. Let's just say this is all consensual, which most pregnancies are, right? I imagine. Most abortions are the product of consensual sex. I would fucking hope. But let's say, here's an example, okay? Let's say that you drunk drive, and you get in a car accident, and you wake up, and you're attached IV-wise to another person, and you have to be attached to them for a given length of time because your body is the only thing keeping them alive. Now you're in a situation where it's your fault. You're in this position. You drunk drived. That's on you. And your vitals are what's keeping this thing alive. This person who will survive if you stay connected to them. Under no circumstances can the state force you to stay there with that person. They cannot do it. They absolutely cannot. Because even if it's your fault, your autonomy in that respect is worth more than the life of a person you put in that position. And that's the value we have settled on. And if we don't settle on that value, you can go into some really weird territories with ways in which the state can force you to do things you don't want to. So along those lines, yeah, I think that we should have the right to have an abortion. Even if a fetus is a person, which I don't think it is.
Okay. So I'd like to get your thoughts on a different libertarian ideal. It goes as far like I think it's 21 weeks where a baby can be extracted from the mother without it dying. I think that's the earliest it's been done. So I saw something, I can't remember what the name of it was, but it was basically where you have to keep it until 21 weeks and then you can get it extracted but you're not allowed to abort it. So technically it's just extraction instead of abortion.
Sure, but even then, up until that 21st week or 24th or whatever number it is, you're still being forced to keep it, no?
Okay. So that, wouldn't you say it would be like a minimal inconvenience? Like it's not the same thing as like having a full person attached to you. Like I guess I mean I wouldn't understand because I've never been through pregnancy. I don't like know.
Don't worry, me either. We're in the same boat on that one.
Yeah, but I just assume like there's vomiting and everything. I know that for sure.
I think that I think in this case, like even if it causes you no inconvenience, you still have a moral right to want to do with your body whatever you like, even if it causes harm. Even if the separation of you from your fetus causes it harm, in all likelihood kills them. I imagine. I mean, if we're to say that the fetuses are deserving of some kind of personhood, even if it's not full personhood, something, then would it be more moral to hold it out until you could give birth to this child and then give them over to the state? Maybe. But whether or not it's moral, I don't think really corresponds to whether or not the state has the authority to force you to make that decision, you know? Like, of course, I make a decent amount of money. It'd be most moral for me to donate a tremendous amount of that to charity, but I have other plans for that, and I don't think the state should be able to force me to do that, you know?
Yeah, of course. Okay. All right. Well, that's everything I wanted to talk about. Is there anything you wanted to talk to me about as a
as long as you're not enthralled by this Hunter Biden bullshit, then I think
yeah, no. I talked with my mom about it yesterday, and like my grandpa is like a very Trump person, and he sends out these emails to my entire family about like all these like a bunch of Republican like BS.
Yeah.
And my mom's talking about the Hunter Biden thing, and it's like it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I think that, to me, more than anything else, is the main reason that I think it's important Biden wins, because I feel like the Trump can't, like, Republicans are like, not you, but like a lot of them are in another fucking universe when it comes to like factual information and the interpretation of that information. And my concern is that with these people, even if you like, they wouldn't know like a good direction for this country if it bit them, you know? Once you're separated from the faculties necessary to identify what is a real issue, what is a real threat, you know, then it's almost impossible to get anything done. And I feel like the Republican Party right now is like completely 100% chips in on that conspiracism. They've been pushing this Hunter Biden shit super hard until they mysteriously stopped talking about it right after NBC did an expose indicating that all the info that it came from was a disinfo campaign made up by a fake person who worked for a fake company. And it's like, Tucker Carlson did a segment on this, and he was like, well, Hunter Biden's a broken man. We're not going to talk about him anymore. We're not going to kick him while he's down, literally like hours after the expose was published. So I'm just worried about like the direction we could head in. And I guess I would rather take like a neoliberal government where I feel like we have some elbow room to kind of talk about real issues than whatever the fuck Trump's government is going to be, where I feel like it's just going to be arguing against crazy conspiracy theories 24/7, you know?
Yeah. Okay. And then last thought, I just want to get your opinion on censorship in social media, because I know the Hunter Biden shit, that's kind of, but it did get censored by like Twitter and all that. And
just so you know, it turns out that's actually fake news too.
oh, is it?
Yeah, Twitter had a pre-existing policy against leaks. You can't publish leaked information to Twitter. So anything that was disclosed without the consent of the persons it was obtained from. And they had done this before. The article from the New York Post, that article had pictures and info directly screen capped from the alleged Hunter Biden leaks. They've done this a couple months ago too. They did the exact same thing with an article which contained a bunch of leaks about police officers and police unions in the country. So it's not just like a censoring the conservatives thing, it's just their policy disallows that, and they apply that policy anytime some big story comes out that relies on leaks.
Okay, and then do you think that free speech should apply to private companies like in social media, or do you think it should, or like they should have, since they're a private business, they should be allowed to do whatever?
I think that, so I'm of two minds in this specific issue. I think that just fundamentally, businesses should be able to decide what their TOS is. I think like very fundamentally, even in a socialist society. If we had some crazy socialist government and I had like a worker co-op or some sort of socialist firm, and our job was we upkept some sort of online forum about car repair, and then it just got raided by a bunch of neo-Nazis, like do I not get to ban them, you know? Like yeah, I'd be concerned about that, because I feel like otherwise you basically just leave the internet a perpetual wild west, and no other company works this way. You can't ban people for being black or whatever, that's not allowed, but banning people for their behavior, I mean, I think that's probably okay. We can do that for coffee shops, you know? On the other hand, there is no denying that right now discourse online is completely decided by essentially a handful of people, the tech CEOs and their like corporate managers, and those are the ones who like are completely behind what gets pushed and what doesn't. And my main worry is, at the moment, it feels like these big corporations don't lean in favor of truth. That's my main concern. Facebook has been used as a disinfo outlet for far-right and tyrannical governments across the world to disseminate propaganda and what have you, because their policies are like amicable to that. These are power structures that can be infiltrated and co-opted in a way that I'm not really that comfortable with. So if I want anything, it would probably be better oversight, but I don't know how to implement that oversight without it just being more government regulation. It's genuinely a really tough question for me. I need to think more about it.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, sorry for talking your head off, by the way. I know anytime I'm asked a question, I talk too much. I'm used to live streaming on my own, so when people ask me, I like the sound of my own voice. I try not to, but I really do appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, for sure. You opened my mind on a couple of things. Thank you.
Ain't nothing. Well, I had a phenomenal conversation, or I had a phenomenal time, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I guess I'm going to go check 538 and see how we're doing, okay?
All right. Thank you. See you.
Be well. That was good. Good job. Good job, team. Nicely done. Knowing Better is here? Wait, guys. Wait, hold on. Is the actual Knowing Better is here? Or is it just a person named Knowing Better? There's a fundamental difference between those things. Okay? Like, how would you know it's actually Knowing Better? Unless I got a Twitter DM from Knowing Better. You didn't even ask him to say trans rights or that he was voting for Biden? Listen, it was a fun conversation, okay? Let's... Okay, as a conservative, I feel like this Vaush guy made some good points. Yeah, okay, hold on. Is this actually Knowing Better? Let me see. It's actually true? Next time, please tell me to change my mind on issues. He and other creators made me go over my old Columbus video and make an update. Wait, this can't be true. When did when did Knowing Better make an update to the Columbus video? Wait, hold on. Don't try and test my Knowing Better lore. Okay. Acknowledge in the past Columbus in context. That was done 9 months ago. I guess I was known back then. How do I know? How am I supposed to know? Well, Knowing Better, if it is you, your videos are sick as shit. You should DM me on Twitter if you want me to know for a fact that it's actually you. I think I follow you. Hold on. Is Knowing Better a comrade? Knowing Better, whatever direction I want this country to go in, I think Knowing Better wants to go in that same direction, okay? No, Knowing Better is not following me on Twitter, but I'm following Knowing Better on Twitter. So you can DM me when you want. That's how I'll know, okay? That's how I'll know. But if it is you, I love your videos. Thank you. You never know. You never know, people. You never know. All right. Are we good to check? Yeah, I saw the JLP thing. Are we good to check 538, then read donos? How do you feel knowing people have compared you to George Orwell on Reddit because of Orwell's list? Wait, what? Because I'm CIA, like George Orwell. These fucking weirdos. What is this? There are some vegans on Reddit who are mauling about me. Vegan circle jerk. All right, you people. You crazy little, you wacky little people. I'm being outed here. I'm being added. Here, I'll show you guys. Leftist YouTube when it comes to harm reduction through voting. Look, I know he's not a good candidate, but we can't let a fascist take 4 more years in office. We need to create a political environment where direct action and protests have a more meaningful impact to bring about true leftist change. Then leftist YouTube when it comes to harm reduction through veganism. Come on, guys. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Individual vegans can't affect the market, so why change, guys? Voting with your dollar never works because the system's broken, guys. I really like cheese. Come on. It's not true, guys. Unless you actually believe that voting is the same as boycotting and that these actions are comparable. Listen, wait, hold on. We're not arguing with the vegans today, okay? We're not arguing with the vegans today. Listen up, everybody. Veganism is good. If you unironically believe that animals aren't deserving of moral rights, you're fucking dumb. Sorry, comrade. We're essentially perpetuating a decades-long holocaust against animals, okay? Is every little chick worth the same as a human being? The answer is no. Is a million chicks? I don't know. Do the math yourself, okay? It's happening. It's bad. We should stop it, okay? We should stop it. That's my, okay? If you want to be vegan, Veganuary, okay? That's vegan January. Try it, okay? Fucking try it. You should try it, okay? You should try it, all right? The Beyond Beef is pretty good. The Beyond Beef is pretty good. It is. It's a little more expensive. I know that judging from the donation trains I get sometimes, I know some of you fuckers have some excess income, okay? Beyond Beef's pretty darn good, you know? Even fake chicken, whatever, vegan chicken, even vegan chicken's pretty good these days. It's not perfect. What about dietary restrictions? Okay, this is a bad faith argument. Anytime somebody brings up veganism, lefties either say, what about people with a very specific stomach enzyme that prevents them from being able to properly digest? Or they'll say, what about indigenous cultures for whom the consumption of animal products is an essential component of... Dude, come on. You know who we're talking about here, okay? 99.99% of people, maybe 99.5% of people, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, it's all right, okay. If you have some specific reason you can't go vegan, fucking kill as many animals as you want, okay? Fucking slaughter them, torture them before they die. I don't give a fuck, okay? But for most of us, gotta recognize, okay? Treat animals good, all right? Also, be good to animals in real life, okay? If you see a cat, you should pet the cat. You should pet the cat. Guys, it actually... Wait, guys. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't Knowing Better. Someone on Twitter asked if I was in the chat. I was not. Knowing Better? Why would you show up just to disappoint me like that? Hello. I'm not able to come on or anything. Someone alerted me I was being impersonated. Knowing Better, I see you in YouTube chat. I just want to say that I'm a fan of your work and that it was through the duplicity of some rapscallions in chat that you have been brought here. But nonetheless, I hope you're well, okay? You make good-ass videos. There we go. Bring back Neat? I will never bring back Neat. Ever. I will never bring back Neat. Ever. Never, ever. Here, let's make this a selfish argument, okay? You know the reason why we should be nice to animals? Because if we're not nice to animals and we culturally normalize being mean to animals, we don't have an early warning sign for sociopaths, okay? That's the real reason, okay? We all have to make it socially normalized to be nice to cats and give them kisses and pat them and scritch their bellies, because if we don't, and everyone's mean to cats for no fucking reason, we don't get the warning sign, you know? Because then everyone's a fucking dick to cats. We don't know. But nowadays, everyone loves cats. So if somebody's mean to cats, you know, you go like, oh, hey, well, hold, ooh, eyeball emoji, you know? Ooh, eyeball emoji. Nice job, team. Good job. Okay, are we good? Can we check 538, then read donos, then play Amnesia? Is that good for everyone? Everyone okay with that? Okay, good. I'm glad, happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. You told us I would bring Sugoi back? No, I literally never did. I never said that. I never said we're bringing Sugoi back. Could you ever work at a slaughterhouse? God, no. Absolutely not. I can't even eat meat off the bone. It feels too savage for me. I'm sensitive to the animal stuff, okay? I don't know. Meat on the bone is good? Well, I don't like it. Updated lean toss-up presidential model. Chance of winning, Biden 96.4%. Okay, this is not... This is ridiculous, guys. This is copium. This is like the Democrat equivalent of when Republicans say they're going to win like Washington and Oregon and Pennsylvania and Florida and Texas. This is... What the fuck is this map, dude? Yeah. Yeah, if only, people. If only. Blue Texas? Well, I mean, that's a realistic map. It's possible. It's possible. Make me eat my words. Get out there and vote. Okay. So we've constricted a little bit with regards to the national popular vote estimate, but that's to be expected. That happens pretty much every election season. What matters is the forecast, updated 11 minutes ago. We've got 11 to 89. It used to be 10 to 90. Now it's 11 to 89. Trump landslide forecasted. No, it's very much in favor of Biden. We have some states over here. They exist. That's real. And yeah, there's the... For the U.S. Senate, 76 to 24, meaning we now have a better than 3 to 1 odds. And for the House, it's gone back up to 3% chance instead of 2% chance for the Republicans. That is a 50% increase in victory chances for the Republicans. Devastating. We're going to lose. I don't know what to say, people. I don't know what to say, people. It's... Oof. It's all over. It's all over. Yamaro. Hillary was at 64% at this point. Is that so? Let's see. We are at November 1st. Hillary was at 71% here. But we're looking at days out from the election. So this would be 2 days out from the election. So we go to November 8th. And yeah, at this, yeah, okay. So at the 6th, we're at 65%. Okay. We can only hope we get some whiplash, like she did last couple percentage points here. Though, if I remember correctly, I saw a tweet from Nate Silver where he said that they ran the simulation like 50 times today, and there is no outcome which varied more than a couple of percentage points away from what they were currently anticipating. Meaning that Biden's chances at winning always stayed between 88 and 92%, and Trump's likewise the other way. Am I going to have an election night stream? On November 3rd, I will be streaming all day to cover the election. We will follow every exit poll. We will follow every terrible, terrible, gut-wrenching, stomach-plummeting development, and every good, hopeful, positive, uplifting development. Vaush, what if you have a headache? I'll power through it. Sorry. I'll power through it. I'll be here. I'll be here with you guys. And you know what? If I have to be here the day after, I'm going to be there that day too. We're going to be here for as long as there are reliable moment-to-moment updates in the development of these states and which way they're going. We're going to see. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah, fair warning. If you email me at any point in the coming week, do not expect a response, okay? What if the election is never decided? Will you never stop streaming? Sure. You're not going to get any sleep the way votes won't be fully counted? Well, obviously I'm going to sleep. Thank you. Is it weird to feel convinced that Trump is going to win in spite of all signs to the contrary? I feel like I'm pessimism poisoned. I mean, 11% chance. That's how the math works. Yeah. Sleep on stream? Yeah, I can keep my stream running while I sleep, okay? You at all concerned that Shu and the Social Democrats will backstab you and send the goon squad over? Oh no, I'm gonna get Luxembourged. Well, we'll see, okay? I'll prepare some anti-Shu defenses, okay? What I'll do is I'll tape to my front door a long list in Times New Roman, font size 9, of words with a lot of AO and AU noises, and say you have to pronounce all of them before you can enter my house, okay? It'll take Shu a couple of weeks to get through that, and it'll give me time to, you know, mobilize my defenses. Yeah. Or I'll have the code to the door will be the code to the door will just be like, you have to say out loud like water. He'll never pick it up. Okay. Um, okay, are we good? Okay. Good to go? Cool. All right. Why can't she say A and O? 'Cause she has a fucking Boston accent. She's got like a New York accent. Wait, thoughts on this map? Oh no. Imaginary maps? What is this LARP shit? No. No, don't worry about it, okay? Here, if you guys want to have fun, here. Where's the thing? Where is the thing? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Here we go. Choose your battleground winners. Here we go, guys. You can see the math pan out. It's really wacky, okay? So default is 11 to 89 based off the info we have. But what if Trump wins Texas? Oh! Now it's 17 to 82. Oh, shit. What if he wins Florida? Oh, God. Now it's 1 and 3. What if he wins Pennsylvania, too? And we lose, pretty much. So, as long as he loses one of those 3 states, odds are still favorable to us. Give us blue Texas. If it's blue Texas, I'm pretty sure, yeah, if Texas goes blue, I'm pretty sure we like guarantee win almost. And this is with Florida. I can't imagine Texas going blue and Florida staying red. But yeah, Texas is Pennsylvania is the key determiner here because Texas and Florida both go red. If Pennsylvania goes blue, look, even if Texas and Florida go red, if Pennsylvania goes blue, we're pretty much set to win. We can pencil a few more in, okay? Here, how about we pencil in the guarantees, okay? California is going blue. Oregon, wait, whoa, hold on. Wait, yeah, blue, thank you. There, blue, blue. Colorado and New Mexico are obviously going to go blue. Okay, here, hold on. Pennsylvania, chill. Okay, Alabama, obviously going red. Vaush, give predictions. I don't like embarrassing myself like that, thank you. New York, Virginia, obviously going blue. Illinois, obviously. New York, obviously going blue. Maine could go red, but let's say Maine goes blue, okay? In fact, we'll give the whole Northeast to Biden. I think that's fairly reasonable. New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. Remember your prediction that COVID was going to be nothing back in January? Yep, there's a reason I never published that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to leave. Okay. So all of this. Let's just get these nice and neutral. Here. Okay, hold on. I have a better idea, okay? Here's neutral, okay? Let's start making predictions where we decrease the odds of variance, okay? So first off, everything that's 99 or higher, let's say 98 or higher, because Oregon going red would be fucking hysterical, okay? Let's say everything 98 or higher goes to its projected candidate. So we have all that. New Mexico goes blue. Maine does not. New Hampshire does not. New York does. Maryland does. New Jersey does. Delaware does. Connecticut does. That's considered anyway in the prediction. You don't need to do this. This is getting rid of low-level variance. And we're going to see where the real battleground states are. So there is value in doing this. Virginia, Illinois. Okay. And that's it for the, I think for the, oh. Yeah, Colorado is 98. There we go. And then we have that. Okay. So that's all the blue states that are pretty much guaranteed to go blue. Then we have red, 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 that's 98, 99, red, 98, red, 99, red, 99, 99. That's 88, red, 98, red. Okay. Kentucky, going red. Indiana, going red. West Virginia, let's go in red. So this is what we're looking at. If every state, which is 98% or higher likely to go to a given candidate, is solidly in line with that candidate. South Carolina's red too. Here, what did I miss? Oh yeah, here it's Tennessee. Sorry. South Carolina's 97. So is Mississippi. So is Missouri. Hawaii and Tennessee. Yes, Hawaii's definitely going blue. North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Maine. Yeah, Tennessee was already picked. Okay. So with everything that's 98% or higher, we have a 91 to 9. So where is the variance? Okay? Let's boil it down even further and say anything with 95 or higher ends up going to its predicted candidate. So that would mean Michigan going blue. Minnesota goes blue. That would mean that South Carolina goes red. Missouri goes red. Mississippi goes red. And I think that... Don't forget Nebraska and Maine votes in the bottom left. Ah, yes. Let us forget. That's going blue. That's swing. That's going red. That's going red. Okay. So if we eliminate or assume every state that has a 95% chance or higher, Wisconsin, yes, thank you, then we have a 95% chance of winning, meaning that Trump's chances of winning are in large part reliant on a severe victory in one of the swing states. So let's nail it down even more. Let's go 90. Oh, over here, yeah. So blue, blue, swing, 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 and a miss. Blue. There we go. I think everything that remains, everything that has a 90% chance or higher, Alaska's 88, gives us a victory. Alaska's 88, guys. Which means that, and this is why people say that Pennsylvania is the swing state here. Now, Pennsylvania's odds here are contingent upon the assumption that the other highly likely Biden victories are, in fact, solidly Biden. Meaning that if every single state that is 95% or higher projected to go to Biden goes to Biden, it's overwhelmingly likely that Biden wins as well. Even if we were to give the remaining swing states to Trump, recalculating. Even if we were if we gave the remaining swing states to Trump, the odds are still very much in our favor. This is why people are saying Pennsylvania is the determiner here. If you have every other, we'll give that to red. And we'll give that to red too. Why not? And with that, it is a 50-50. You forgot Montana? Montana. I don't know offhand where Montana is. What am I missing? Oh, hello. I should have clicked that a while ago. Pennsylvania. I don't think my low scores in geography or American history should distract us from the salient political commentary I'm giving all of you right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't care about Montana. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. If I didn't have all this fucking color-coded and you all had to find Montana on a fucking sheet of paper that wasn't marked, I guarantee you 2/3 of you would fuck it up, okay? Nobody cares about Montana unless you live in Montana, okay? A lot of liars in chat right now. A lot of copers in chat. A lot of copers in chat talking about how they would be able to find it. We know the truth. We know the truth. Don't we, folks? And there you go. It's a huge state. How stupid are you? Yeah, huge fucking cope is what you're all doing. This is actually just really fun to play with. What if we just took a look at swing states? Assuming variance and everything else. If we knew for a fact, if we knew for an absolute fact, that Pennsylvania was going blue, fuck me, dude. That's incredible. If Trump's entire shot at victory completely hinges on Pennsylvania. Nothing else shifts it that hard. I guess Florida going blue does. What if Florida went blue, but Pennsylvania went red? Man, even that's really hard. What if Texas went red, too? Dude, Florida. Florida doing it up. Oh, yeah, if you're watching this stupid fucking map coverage right now, you all should subscribe. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you my political coverage is salient. I'm a fucking moron, but I am entertaining. I have been told that. Many people say this. So you all should subscribe to me, comrades. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. Now, many people are saying this. True. Man, oh man. Yeah, so we're going to, we are going to know about Florida early, aren't we? What about Arizona? Yeah, Arizona is also a swing state. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to learn about that shit in 2 days. Fuck me, dude. Go even. There was an update to the odds 8 minutes ago. I doubt it significantly changed the 9 minutes ago. Still 11 to 89. Still that. Still that. Okay, it hasn't changed any of the major. We won't learn about Pennsylvania for a bit. Well, why does Pennsylvania carry such a big weight? Okay. Why do y'all Americans call them swing states instead of marginal states? I don't know. They mean the same fucking thing. I mean, it's just a semantic difference. So the issue is, so this fundamentally is the issue with the Electoral College, okay? The Electoral College is cringe as fuck. The main reason for this is because even though we have hundreds of millions of people around this country who have their own political opinions, the actual outcome of our elections is determined by a select few million who live in swing states. It is insane. It is absolutely insane. Essentially, about 2/3 of the population of this country are effectively disenfranchised because they live in states where the demographics virtually ensure which way they're going to go. So it always comes down to these swing states. And which states are swing states changes each election. For example, Texas being a swing state is not something I would have expected, like, you know, back in the Bush years. Yes, I have heard of the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. What's your opinion on compulsory voting? I don't know. I don't know. What are your thoughts on Ilhan Omar's daughter saying this? Oh no. Listen, I like Ilhan Omar and everything, but Ilhan Omar's daughter, but I feel like sometimes
I don't fucking like Vaush. I probably
Oh! Wait. Is this actually Ilhan Omar's daughter? Or is this like a different account? Am I getting memed on? I can't tell. Noah Miller fan account? No, this isn't. Wait, is Ilhan Omar's TikTok? No, it's not. Okay, shut up. Jesus Christ. Ilhan Omar's TikTok is not called Noah Miller fan account. I didn't think that looked like her. Jesus Christ. Unless Ilhan Omar's daughter is a very big Noah Miller fan, possibly.
I think he knows that I don't like him, though. I literally can't believe this person thought I was a little tech. I don't fucking like Vaush. I probably... I don't even think he knows that I don't like him, though.
Oh no, this actually is. No, wait, this actually this was taken from another person's TikTok.
I literally can't believe this person thought I was a little tech.
Yeah, this is from, I didn't see it because the TikTok logo up in the top left blocked it.
I don't fucking like Vaush. I probably... I don't even think he knows that I don't like him, though. I literally can't believe this person thought I was a little tech.
No, I did. It was pretty obvious, actually. Ah, well. The only interaction I've ever had with her was one time on Twitter. I responded to a tweet of hers, and she said, oh yeah, I forgot you follow me. Isra is one of those types of people who seems like a 100% a Bernier buster, though. So yeah, I don't really. Definitely somewhere in the woke skull to Bernier bust spectrum. So I know, like, I know where to fight my battles, you know? That's okay. Check this out. Dems outperform polls by more than 4 points. If that happens again, that'll be the election. Well, we can only hope, right? What'd you do to piss her off? Dude, the entire online left hates me. It's not anything new. She thinks China is socialist and defends it, by the way. Okay, well, listen, she's a dumb fuck 17-year-old, okay? All the good intentions in the world can't cure being 17 years old. What are you gonna do? Well, watch this. The fuck is this? No, I'm not gonna watch that. Thank you. We don't hate you? Oh, guys, listen. I thought when I was 17, I was the biggest brain boy in the universe. But listen, time does sand down the brain paper a little bit, and that's totally fine, you know. It's mostly about getting people in the right direction when people are younger. Does 538 account for voter suppression? No, it does not. No, it does not. I'm 17 and not far right. Are you proud? I'm very proud, comrade. Very nice. Nicely done. The fuck is this? Oh yeah, this is an old present. I got this way back before I started streaming for like a birthday or something. Look. It's fucking framed Jotaro. Look at that. I don't know how well it's going to come up with the camera focus. Yeah, it's a sick as shit. Had that around here somewhere. There you go. Well, I mean, I don't have any room for it. We got to clean up the desk. What are your thoughts on this? Is this the whole stream? We're just providing me links to respond to? No, that's okay. Yesterday's donos? Yes, time to do donos. Anyway, one really, really important thing that everyone here has to get behind and realize is that if you base your political opinions around what the groups around you find most based and epic, you're going to be a very, very insecure and generally pretty politically ineffective person down the line. Social groups, like the desire for social affirmation, pushes people into really, really bad political positions. So even if sometimes it causes friction between you and the people around you, you should always be willing to, She posted this Buster talking point. Oh, I don't, it's fine, it's fine. My goal isn't to like bully Isra or whatever. Yeah. It's totally fine if she doesn't like me. She's cool, she can do her own thing, and her disapproval doesn't change the fact that I'm right. So it doesn't like affect me in any way. Are we good to do donations? I'm not looking at any more fucking Twitter links, okay? All right. Cut that out. Whoa! Sorry, had to click on it to close it. Ah! Okay. Did I see the Trump rally in Destiny stream? No, I haven't seen it yet, but it looks pretty looks pretty crazy, to be perfectly honest. Okay. Let's do it. Anyway, whatever the case may be, I respect the hell out of Ilhan Omar, and I'm sure, like, guys, I used to be a Bernier buster. Like, older than 17. Israel will probably be fine. It's totally okay. It's nothing to worry about. There's no feud and no bad blood. JK, Vera, thank you both very much for the $2 redues. Really appreciate that, comrade. Sawdust John with the incredibly kind $2. Turns out the Chuds are right. We Vaush fans are the worst doxers. Proof. True. All of you are fucking nailed to the wall. All of you live on planet Earth. Do we have any ISS comrades in chat who are safe from this? Any ISS brethren in chat? Possibly? Maybe? IN Ward with a very kind $5. Kyle sounding like Jimmy Dore here. Oh no.
So, with Amy Coney Barrett getting on the court.
I'll look at this later. This is a full video. I have to take a look at that later. Sather with the incredibly kind $20. What are you going for as Halloween? Oh, you know, just my own opinions. You have linked me to a deleted tweet, comrade. Sather, I'm very sorry. That was probably not deleted yesterday. I love you. I'm very sorry. Venomfly with very kind tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for the congratulations for hitting 250k. We are now at nearly 262k, if you can believe it or not. Thank you for the kind words. And holy shit! Venomfly, what the fuck? Venomfly! Jesus Christ! Hey, furry porn aficionados, here's my hot trick, okay? Hit 250k subs on YouTube. People will draw you for free. You won't even have to commission them. That is sick as fuck. Here, I'll link, of course. Yeah, keloids and everything, which I appreciate when people do, by the way. I find it patronizing when you don't. You offend me personally. There you go, you fucking degenerates. God damn, that is good. Venom. My man. Well, not to linger. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. Repcon with the $10 would like to hear your thoughts on this. Oh yeah, I saw this. I was gonna make a segment out of it, but there's never enough time for fucking anything. Yeah, BBC staff have been banned from attending LGBT pride events, and they could be suspended if they break that. Literally, like, if you work for us, you can't go to pride rallies. Woohoo! Very nice. What are my thoughts on it? That it's cringe as fuck. You knew what I was gonna say. Onion Bake with a very kind $10. TRUU! He's coming after me, people. Donate now to help give me the money to buy a safe house in Mexico to run. The entire circus, thanks to $5. Happy to hear that. Comrade 85D2D Derek with a very kind $7.69. Best meme to come out of the Borisenko. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I love it. Very fucking good. Very, very good. Yoga's thought you should react to the Peepo animation. This is a 5-minute video. You've all seen this, right? You've all seen this? All my Twitch aficionados in chat. But it's about XQC, not about me.
It's not real, you cucks. Jesus. Come on, I think it's a setup. I think all this was a setup, dude. He prepped for it, dude. You're gonna have nightmares. Just kidding. No nightmares.
There we go. We got the abridged version. Who's saying cringe? That's cute as hell. The Linky has literally 4.5 million views on YouTube. I'm positive you can figure out how to get there, okay? It was boring as shit. Okay, you're not in on Twitch stuff. Okay, whatever. Fuck you. The B-Bat, thank you very, very much for the very kind tier 1 sub. Happy to hear you enjoy the content. Comrade Baby! Baby. Baby. Beautiful. Look how focused it is on its own tail. So cute. Trout with a very kind $5. Sorry to be a doomer, but this... What is this? Yes, we just covered this. The Harris County ballot throwout. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Villainous Flow, thank you very much for the incredibly kind tier 1 sub. What is this?
So, with Amy Coney Barrett...
Okay, apparently Kyle Kalinske has criticized AOC enough to infuriate my fans. I'll take a look at that later. Thank you very much. Ryan Warner, Provocateach, and a concerned viewer, thank you all so much for the very, very kind $5. I really appreciate that. Big McLarge Huge, the very kind $10. Big McLarge Huge, if you're looking for Praxis, I strongly consider or suggest you watch my Praxis video. That has pretty much all my thoughts on the matter. But it's very specific to the area that you're in, of course. JK and NPC Porky, thank you very much both for the $2. Really appreciate that. Tank Butts and Roasted Rooster, thank you both for the tier 1 sub. And then Fav1, Hersbird, Fav1 again, and Sean1, thank you all so much for the very, very kind donations. I really appreciate that, comrade. Technically, the Senate is equal representation for the state. That's what it's there for. The president should represent the people, not the states. Yeah, 100% agreed. And then we should get rid of the Senate. Fuck the states. That's what I'm saying, buddy. Yeehaw! Riding Doogie. Yeah, buddy. Hersbird, the very kind $5. When would I cover this on stream?
Well, folks, there's...
I've seen this. This guy's like a Nazi or fucking whatever. This video is 40 minutes long. I can't cover this.
Operation to
Perceived danger.
this resort.
What are the comments like? Corporatism and Marxism mixed together. Global communism. Citing George Orwell in an anti-left video. Globalists are the worst of humanity. Very nice. I mean, it's all riffraff. I can't really cover this that much. Slam Brew with the incredibly kind $15. Thank you. You had a Trump train drive by. Here's the baby I was taking care of. Baby, I'm glad they survived. Baby, look at him lick. Big licky. Protect yourself. That's the way. Brr, baby. Dobg. Dobg. Very good, Dobg. Very, very good. All right, people, we're going to run them through. Woo. Cottagecore Lefty, Mr. Swallow, Salmon, 747, Min, Acule, and Professor Dork. Thank you all so much for the very kind tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Yes, I probably looked quite a bit better in Tim Pool's lighting because Tim Pool's studio is a real, actual studio that I imagine cost quite a bit to set up. Alexander the Great, All Cops Are Cops, and Nexus Hubsh. Thank you all so much for the tier 1 sub. Would I be willing to talk with Kraut again? Kraut's been like weirdly taking shots at me. He recently put a video on Twitter where like the joke was that I'm like a sex pest or something. So I don't know if like there's much to talk about with Kraut, to be honest. Which is weird because like initially I was incredibly amicable to Kraut, like both in public and in private. So it's weird that with essentially no change in my behavior, he swapped to being really fucking weird about me. I have no idea. Pretty snakish IMO. Black and Quirkless, Nexus, Hubs, Funeral Pyre, and Jeff Tech Media. Thank you all so much for the $5. Gotcha, Jeff Tech Media. So noted, comrade. I am not fond of the People's Party movement at all. Even slightly. Because I don't think it's electorally effective. And yes, Nexus Hub SH. On Twitch, good luck with your upcoming debate and other content, comrade. I hope that works out. He went on Destiny's stream and trashed me for hours. Yeah, okay, I don't really care. I feel like it's just an opportunistic effort to try to get on Destiny's good side after the falling out between myself and him. But I don't care. Silver Intent with a very kind $10 will do. For Lath with a tier 3 sub, thank you very, very much. Am I anxious about this election? No, not at all. Not even slightly. Bookworm AF, Anthony, and Existential Big Get, all with a very kind $5. I really appreciate those, comrade. Giants 4 with the tier 2 sub, thank you. Philip Lindstrom, Neil Merchant, Skittlecat, May and Joey, and Jamali Hamilton. Thank you all so much for the $5, except for those of you who didn't donate $5. I appreciate any donation amount. Sorry, I stammered on that word. What I meant to say was thanks. Going through it even some more. You people and your kindness, I swear. Amy Walden, Saki Tanuki, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Do you not like anti-natalists? I think they're a fucking bummer, man. That's my thought on the matter. And Dilverin, thank you additionally for the $10. I really, really appreciate it. Milk Repetra with a very kind $10. Yes, I am familiar with this second Melania conspiracy theory. I will admit there have been some photos of Melania Trump that have looked very much not like Melania Trump. Very, very weird. You know, but yeah, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. Okay, I don't want to fall down a rabbit hole. Me and Riv, thank you very much for the 21 Canadian. That's for the Tim Pool SmackDown. Been waiting for that for years. Glad you enjoyed it. There might be more in the future. Altharisian with a very kind $20. How is a purely civic expropriation of the means of production possible without help from the repressive state apparatus? At which point it's vanguardist. Oh, I do think that the repressive state apparatus needs to be involved. I'm of the opinion that there should be a party in the bourgeois electoral system which is sympathetic to the interests of the proletariat. And I think we're moving in that direction, at least very, very slightly. I don't think it's possible to have a purely civic expropriation without damaging things on the way. The difference, though, is that's not necessarily a vanguard party. No, a vanguard party is the belief that a small elite group lead the revolution. I don't think that. I think that the proletariat should lead the revolution. However, it helps to have insiders in the system. That's my main distinction. Civic expropriation on its own, not enough. But a vanguard party on its own invariably ends up totalitarian. It is the unity, the synchronicity of an insider group of elected officials sympathetic to the proletariat and the proletariat itself, which I believe maximize the potential positive outcomes. That's just my opinion, though. You know, it's my personal opinion. Yes. Dill Winkle, Lucas Demos, Ferret Lad, and Philip Lindstrom. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5. Can't promise any debates upcoming, comrade. We're going to be very busy, but we'll see. Nebzan Gigs, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. Congrats on voting for Biden. Very nicely done. You nailed that. You knocked that out of the park, comrade. Skunksy with the very kind tier 2 sub. Really, really, really appreciate that. No problem, comrade. Happy to hear you appreciate the sweet deals you get when you sub for 3 months in a row. It's actually a phenomenal system. I love Beagles, Ravenous, Cadaverous, Ultrasound, and Brandon Butterfield. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5. Brandon, that is a difficult question to answer. Bread pilling people is a very individualistic process. You got to work on removing that capitalist realism, you know? And good luck with radicalizing your dad, Ravenous. I hope that works out. Hopefully your dad is hot, tight, sexy, and smooth, and that the whole process just goes down easy. Chess player, Hellion Fire, Josh Lynch, Hellion Fire again, and Rockstar Skolas. Thank you all so much for the very, very kind $5. I really, really appreciate it. Hellion Fire, that's funny. I've heard people say Tommy Lauren won that debate. I've actually heard conflicting accounts. Is Teddy Roosevelt-style civic nationalism legit? No, because that type of civic nationalism involved a fuckload of imperialism and also protectionist economic policies. And protectionism is not good. We want to assist the international proletariat, people, okay? Not that we're doing that much with current global capitalism, but there are ways to turn these systems to our favor. Scribe and Sake Tanuki, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Scribe, bread pilling people is a stochastic process. I can't give you a hard answer on that. I might make a video on it at some point. And Sake, good luck. I'll be waiting for you in 2022 and 2024. I will not be joining you at the guillotine, though. I am a peaceful man who has no interest whatsoever in political violence. Thank you. Diego Salvati with a very kind 50 ARS. Thank you. Really appreciate that. We'll run through a few more donos, people. We're doing great, okay? We're holding it together. Are you holding it together? I think you are. I think you people are ready for it. I think you people are ready for level 2 donation reading. Sake Tanuki and Miranda Writes Left, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Really, really appreciate it. Duly noted, Miranda Writes Left and True Sake Tanuki, Joe Biden has done nothing to meaningfully stop me from attaining the anarcho-Bidenist power, from hitting my power level. So we're going to see how long he can stay in power after he wins, if he wins. Scribe with a very kind tier 3 sub. Thank you. Can you please tell my fiance to heck off? Sure, heck off that fiance. We will be updating the research documents soon. Election stuff has kept me very, very busy, though. Skank Hunt and Sake Tanuki, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Really, really, really appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of conservatives will be happy hearing the SRA described until you tell them it's the SRA. It's true. And what would you say if somebody took a photo of their ballot with an "I'm only doing this so Vaush will call me a comrade" November 4th in the write-in section? Unfortunately, comrade, you've got to check that Biden box for you to be my comrade. There's no sneaky tricksing your way out of it. It's Biden or dying, okay? You gotta smack that check mark right down there, okay? And I believe in you. You can do it. It's tough, but you can do it. Garrett Ratchford, Pira's Wall-E's channel, and Buckeye Owl, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. Lol Crystal Ball recently did a video saying Trump can't be a fascist because he and his movement are a result of capitalism. Thank you, Crystal Ball. I appreciate that. You're just that's now that's what I like to call some scathing political analysis right there. It is scathing my brain cells. That's true. Henry Goodburn, Black and Quirkless, and Kane to Rocker, thank you all so much for the very, very kind $5. Really appreciate that. What happened to the right mantra, blocking traffic is not protest? They started blocking traffic. That's what happened. Vesper and Comrade Cat, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Have I seen this before? Plin, plon, but it isn't Dark Souls. Yes. No, I have not. But also, this is copyright, so I can't actually play it for any meaningful length of time. Love you, comrade. Misdemeanor with a very kind $15. Thank you. You should explain how the battleground states will vote and why. I do, in fact, have a research paper due predicting the entire election in like 4 hours. Just say Pennsylvania will go blue because you've crossed your fingers hard enough to break the bone, and that following that, Biden pretty much cinches the election, okay? How did I and my partner meet? Tinder, and then it turned out we had 3 classes together in uni. Jordan Liehard, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Vesper with tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. AK74H, Tisk, Pamela Maja, and Wasteman, thank you all so much for the $5, except for Pamela, who gave $10. Crazy. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate that, comrade. Thank you. I really do appreciate that as well. Recommend as many people as you can to my channel. We're all doing this together, people. I saw a tweet that said Saturdays are for the boys flag, Blue Lives Matter flag, any Trump merchandise, and the Confederate flag all mean the same thing, and I couldn't agree with you more. Actually, add one more flag, the American flag. Let's fucking face it. Any people who are repping American flag merch at this point are basically Trump supporters, okay? It's true. It's true. It's a hate symbol now. Based and red-pilled. The American flag is a hate symbol. It's true. Based. Anglerfish, Black and Quirkless, and Trans Edward Bellamy. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5. You should be anxious, Trans Edward Bellamy, but maybe we're going to win. And hey, listen, even if we win, even if Biden wins, don't worry, life will still suck. Take comfort in the permanence of that. Walter Heimlich and Sake Tanuki, both with the incredibly kind $5. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate that. Very true, Sake Tanuki. The Second Amendment of the United States is indeed about transplanting hair onto the bodies of femboys, which we will do forcibly, so we may all have bare arms. And Walter Heimlich says, and I'm just going to read this out loud, Trump has proven to be a liberal. America has an insufficient genotype to reach the stars at this point. We must instead refactor to create a new system that respects science, biology, and genotypes. What about my genotype? Can I win? I'm like all fucking Aryan, fucking German, English, Polish. I mean, there are a lot of Polish folk with blonde hair, blue eyes, you know what I'm saying? Can I be in the club? Am I good? We good? Tabby Egg and Albino Ghost, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Looking forward to your election stream. My election stream is probably going to start regular time at 11 a.m. PST. It'll go on as long as it needs to. Oh yeah, Tabby Egg. No matter who wins the election, there's going to be a fuck ton of violence. Asiano and Safety Skull, thank you both very much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, comrade. Socialism will win. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Also, additionally, super appreciate that. Vaush Scott and Henry Goodburn, thank you both very much. Have I seen the cops following Kiaja Brooks? No, I have not, comrade. That's a news story that has floated me by. Jordan Lionheart, Black and Quirkless, again, you're being very generous today, comrade. Blake Richardson and John Barleek, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. Really appreciate that. Did everyone forget about the Muslim ban? I feel like a lot of people actually did forget about the Muslim ban. I feel like that just kind of slipped out of the public conscious pretty easily. Mr. Joestar, Dango Bangle, and Chris B, thank you all so much for the $5. I'm enjoying The Boys. So cynical. I like it, you know? It's a hard watch sometimes. Lucas Exemplar, Salty Sea Pony Lear, thank you all so much for the very kind $5. Yeah, true. Refugees don't even seem to commit more crime than the general population. Crime went down in Germany after the refugees came over. Oh, thank you, Salty Sea Pony. I appreciate that. I love my abortion analogies. They're pretty much all I have left. Decolonize Me Baby, thank you for the $15. What do you think of doing a mental health stream? I'll probably do a mental health segment sometime in the future. Maybe even tomorrow, actually. But I can't promise a full stream. Ethiopian Socialist, the very kind tier 3 sub. Thank you, comrade. Enjoy your based-ass colored name. Crazy. Ashkit, Agarwal, and Schmarpo, thank you for the $2 and $3 respectively. Yeah, rich people tend to tip like shit. Like, they really don't tip as much as they should be, you know? Gandhi Goon and Tank Wade, thank you both very much for the $5. Duly noted Scuff with the $10. Likewise, Brett Hassar, thank you both very much. What's your opinion on nuclear energy? I think it's probably something we should be working on to accommodate some of our energy needs, and that most people's fears about it are completely unfounded. I just don't know how well or how quickly that could be implemented. Can you briefly go over why conservatives hate poor people? Conservatives, generally speaking, believe in the existence of a natural hierarchy of people, which dictates in large part their success in life. Poor people, because we, to them, live in a meritocracy, are poor because of their personal failures, and they are contemptuous of the poor because they believe that handing out to the poor any amenities or welfare would be a disruption of the natural order, unjustly elevating people who do not deserve it to a higher social status. Here's my prediction for the 2020 presidential election. What do you think? You can, to be perfectly honest, I never understood the procedure of like making predictions. Like, we have the polling, no? Like, we have the info that we have. I don't know if well, listen, I fucking hope Pennsylvania goes blue, okay? I fucking hope. Pennsylvania and Arizona? I fucking hope. But you have to understand, I don't want to win by a margin, people. I want to win by a crushing landslide. I want blue Alabama, okay? I want blue fucking Louisiana, okay? That's what I want, all right? Yeah, give me some blue Wyoming, okay? Give me that shit. Jordan Lionheart with a very kind $20. Trump is going to say, I love democracy. The Republican section cheers. AOC, so this is how democracy dies, thunder applause. Yeah, of course, comrade. Well, we'll see. Maybe democracy will live until it can die in the next 4 years. Sake Tanuki and Ninja Taco, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $10. Thank you, Ninja Taco. We will see, but it'll probably take a while to determine this election. And Sake says, if only vegans would put all the energy they put into self-righteousness, proselytizing, and shaming non-vegans into ending factory farming and food deserts. The funny thing is, a bunch of the lefties who are super like woke scoldy vegans are probably also anti-electoralist, meaning they're denying themselves whatever power they would need to actually regulate the fucking meat industry. That's the real fucking meme, dude. Imagine unironically not voting. Scoff. John Stouter and Aimless W, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that, comrade. Akshit Agarwal, thank you for the $3. Zombie Gang Samurai with the $5. Thank you very much. Showtime Alpip and Samuel Chichoni, thank you all so much for the very kind $5. Yes, the ultimate research document is very much a living document, like the Constitution of the United States, except much better, and I will be adding quite a bit more to it in the near future. The upcoming election stuff, however, has kept me enormously busy. Enormously busy. Let me see. Hello, I'm a former conservative, but I'm also still indecisive about who I want to vote for. I'd love to chat, but also your views on immigration are cringe. People say that to me, man, but I feel like the only way that you can disagree with my views on immigration is if you're a white nationalist. I mean, I feel like that's the only angle, right? Immigrants don't commit more crime than native folk. Illegal immigrants do pay taxes. We should give them a path to citizenship. We've got a big, beautiful, bountiful country. Why not let people fucking live here, you know? I just don't know. Like, I feel like all the immigration concerns are just fundamentally about racism. I haven't heard any other arguments, you know? Potato Salad, never apologize for not donating enough. Monkey Avatar, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. PA is accepting ballots until the 6th so they don't get results on the election day. Yeah, it's going to be fucking excruciating. I'm going to fall asleep every night and wake up in a fucking cold sweat to quickly check 538 or fucking Twitter to see which states have gone which way. It's going to be fucking horrible next week. I might as well not even sleep. I might as well just stay on the fucking computer, fucking slam 5-hour energy every 5 hours, I guess, and keep it going. Oh, we're almost done with donuts, by the way. Arcs, FGC, and Parker Sober, thank you both very much for the $10. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad my calming demeanor helps Arcs, but to be honest, internally, I am a wreck. I know it doesn't come off that way because of my unflappable charisma, but in reality, like, this is a very stressful time to be around, to be alive, and we should all be concerned. And personally, I don't think there's any virtue in detaching yourself from the emotional stakes here. It's one of my criticisms of, like, the Chapo Boys, for example. There is I don't know, a dignity in being deeply invested in what is going on around you, and I feel like detachment is exactly what the bourgeois wants. They want you to just feel resigned and disinterested. Civjet, exclamation point girls in chat will give you a link to this shirt. Dumbass dear, we'll see how PA turns out, but do keep in mind that Trump supporters are like 10 times as likely to put up signs for Trump because they're in a cult than Biden fans are. Demon Cutthroat, oh, thank you for the $5. And from your friend Som, happy birthday to you, Paige, whenever that may be. Happy birthday. I'm sure that if my well wishes mean anything to you, you probably know who I am. So yeah, if you don't have a happy birthday, Biden won't win. It's pretty much all on you, comrade. It's on your shoulders. So I hope you have a good time for all our sakes. We're doomed if you don't. Jakey Fakey, Rob Lowe, and Jacob Nori, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. Jacob Nori, check out my video, How to Pull People Out of the Alt-Right. It's just a general advice on how to move people out of that direction, comrade. I hope it's somewhat helpful. Dark Samus and Nathaniel Sagal, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Yeah, it is possible that the polling is underestimating Biden. That is also possible, and there were states where things swung blue last election prior to what people expected. Comrade Amano, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate that. Logman, Max 2K, and Rob Lowe, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. Really, 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 really appreciate that, comrade. I've heard that some electorates said they'll vote Trump no matter what, even if their state voted for Biden. Is this true? There are rumors some of them are going to try to do that, so we'll see how that goes. Hey. Miss Molly, thanks for the 666. Stab Cats, thank you very much for the $10. And the Russian characters, can't read those, but I appreciate them anyway. Rob Lowe and Crimson Shin, thank you both very much for the $10. Besides Tim Pool, what other right-wing content creators are in your crosshairs at the moment? Donald Trump. That's pretty much it right now. We'll focus on internet blood sports when we're done with this fucking election, okay? Alexander Spaxian, Redfern, Homer Pimpson, thank you all so much for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. Yes, Florida is indeed something of a mortal blow. I have seen both the Owl House and the She-Ra remake. I think they're both lovely. I have my criticisms of both of them, but I still think they're quite nice. Ridley and RoboStomp, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. Miss me with that white name shit. Andrew August with the incredibly kind $10. You're getting mega hiss from your mic. Check your XLR cable and test sound to see what it is. Minor biz by comparison, but while you're ripping our values, keep your tech above water. Wait, is that true? Wait, am I getting a hissing noise on my mic? Is that something on your end? Hold on. Is that something on your end? Hold on. document like the Constitution of the United States, except much better, and I will be adding quite a bit more to it in the near future. The upcoming election stuff, however, has kept me enormously busy. Enormously busy. I feel like that sounds about normal, but I can check all my equipment after stream. Julian Olison, Dango Bangle again, what a king, and Professional Dork, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. I really, really, really appreciate that. I don't know anything about the show Invincible, I'm afraid. Thank you very much. Give me blue West Virginia. Fuck yeah, comrade. Give me blue West Virginia. Give me blue East Virginia. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Anyone else here want to see blue East Virginia? Where's West Dakota at? Bring it to me. Bring it to me. Derek, Hawaiian Juice Box. Mark Elliott, thank you both all very much for the $5, except for you, Derek, $5.69. Really appreciate that. I live in PA, thinking about sitting this one out. Both candidates just seem to say, you know, don't you fucking trigger me, Derek. Don't you fucking trigger me. Hawaiian Juice Box, I'm 1 season and a half into Da Boys. Luke and Andrew August, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Maddie Dates, thank you likewise. Spaced Gamer, likewise yourself. I am not a liberator. Liberators do not exist. The people liberate themselves. ECG. True! Except for me. I am a liberator. I'm built different. You know how it is. Waldorf Nation with the $3. Biden 2020. Kate Comfort and Suck. Wait, Waldorf! Wait, hold on. I still want to talk to you. Wait, that's actually the Waldorf, right? I assume that's... Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me make sure this is the Waldorf Nation I'm thinking of and not... Because that came from YouTube chat. Not from... Yeah, Waldorf Nation. Yeah. Yeah, I want to talk to you in the future. I know I'm a little bit what's the proper term? Difficult to get a hold of. But I do. Hope you're doing well, comrade. Jordan Leinhardt, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $20. Hope this NorCal dude isn't being annoying, but is there any parallels with the Trump era and the Star Wars prequels? You're doing me dirty with this one, comrade. I'm a centrist globally and progressive in the U.S. Yes, listen, okay? This is like when Chancellor Palpatine invoked emergency powers in the war against the separatist armies, okay? This is what that is like. And Anakin is like 50 Cent. Or Ja Rule. I don't know. Okay. Robbie Rich and Arcs FGC, thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Opinion about the Zeitgeist movement? I don't know enough about it to have an informed opinion, really. And wow, we pretty much just caught up. Reinhard with the incredibly kind $25. Vaush, your laugh is everything. Do I have... Are these like the TikTokers, like my Stan community, the people who make those fan cams I've seen? Your laugh is everything. I'm glad you like it, you know? Reinhardt with a very kind $25. Good job with Tim Pool. Hope your map here is correct. We need to get you on Joe Rogan next. That would be quite a fucking boost, dude. Dude, the boost that you get from engaging with these people is so astonishing. If you take a look here, you can see that I got a spectacular boost from going on Tim Pool. Hold on, let me find the here we go. The spike. Here's the spike. See? Right up here. All this before was like my day-to-day, you know? And then kablamo, the spike. Really, really big jump, you know? And this is for going on Tim Pool. And we'll see how that stabilizes out eventually. Will I go back to where I was before? Will it be better than it was before? I don't know. I wish there was a way to smooth this. Is there? Is there a way to smooth this? Is there like a weekly average or monthly average? Can I get a smooth line? Anything? Share, embed, scroll down to the map. Yeah, people in Maine have always been the 100 right here. Yeah, all my views come from Maine. Web search. Why is Maine so interesting? I don't fucking know. But anyway, data range. Well, the data range doesn't smooth out properly. Anyway. I don't know why Maine is so obsessed. But anyway, so this is for Tim Pool. But here's a search on Tim Pool, okay? And you can see his spikes were from him going on Joe Rogan. And as you can see, for the day that I went on Tim Pool's show, we actually had the exact same attention on Google, which is actually really crazy. Right here, we both hit 77, which is relative to the same metric. So we touched tips right here, literally. We actually spike at the same points, though him more so than me, which I guess corresponds to political happenings and stuff like that. But anyway, if we go back to the past 12 months, that's a Joe Rogan spike. That's a Joe Rogan spike right there. Makes the Tim Pool spike look like little baby shit, you know? So there are greater mountains to climb. And what matters most is that we stay frosty, okay? Vaush is clueless about what a Vanguard party is, needs to shut the fuck up about Marxist-Leninism forever. Oh, an salty ML. Hello. Are you mad that my superior understanding of Marxism-Leninism has propelled me to one of the most prominent leftist positions on the internet? Here, how's Alex Jones doing? Woo! And this is Alex Jones going on Joe Rogan. Those Joe Rogan boosts, man. Man, oh man. And this would have been, I assume, back during the Sandy Hook trials. Holy fuck. Well, he would have been national news at this point, so that goes beyond the internet, yeah. Isn't Joe Rogan banned from every platform? Yeah, but people will still Google search the guy. That's interesting. He's no more prominent today than he was 5 years ago. Why is it dotted? Those are projections. What do you think about Pakistan politicians declaring jihad against France? It's a little more complicated than that, but dude, unironically, the stuff that's been happening in Europe is actually like really problematic for like the narrative of like long-term ethnic and religious integration. It's very, very scary. Unironically, the real problem is that like I feel like, oh man, it's really difficult to say. I'm not even gonna touch on this. Okay. Dango Bangle, 2008 recession, Andrew August. Thank you all so much for the very kind $5. Gotcha, Andrew August. I can look into it. Invincible is another superhero comic book. Okay, I can give it a look. I'm shameless. I'll look at Cape shit. FBT, thanks the tier 1 sub. Abrero, 13 with the $2. Thank you very much. Happy to hear that, comrade. Hope you're enjoying the content. Greb Nedor, The Great Ghetto, and Michael Gubershov. Thank you all so much for the very, very kind $5. I'll play Persona 5 one of these days, comrade. Originalism is a valid theory of a constitutional interpretation. Change my mind. Also, do you like my username? Yeah, sure. I mean, you can, just nobody does it. Like, it's valid in the sense that, like, flying over towns with your brain is, like, a valid mode of transportation. Like, yeah, it's like a valid theory. Like, you can do it. Like, theoretically, it's a good idea. But there is no such thing as constitutional originalism, like, at all. In terms of, like, the actual pragmatic way that justices operate. Here's the real way justices operate, especially these days, okay? You do whatever the fuck you want, and then you find ways to justify it using the text, okay? That's it. That's all people is. The idea of some sort of judicial objectivity, it's not true, okay? People do what they want, and they justify it with the text. Game stream, you're right. Okay, there are still a few donos, but we're not going to go over those right now. We are going to play Amnesia. If you're not here for spooky video games, get the fuck out of here. You're a loser. You're a whiner. You're a piece of shit. You suck. You're dumb. And frankly, I'm done with you. I'm sorry. I'm done with you. I'm sorry. I've had enough. I've had enough. I've had enough. Turn on better VGG in your overlay chat for better emotes, please. If I did that, why wouldn't I just add those emotes myself? Like at that point, I might as well just add them myself, right? All right. Let's fucking do it. Oh yeah, we gotta turn the lights down. Hold on. Well, that's too much. That'll do. Go team. Where are we in the story? I missed some streams. I'll catch you guys up, okay? Monkey. Monkey. All right, here's the story. We are the survivor of a plane crash in, I think, if I remember correctly, Algeria. And there's some spooky shit, and we're pregnant. We're trying to catch up with a doctor who is another survivor who's way on ahead of us. And there's a weird fucking djinn monster demon who seems to be following us. And also, we have a cringe detector, okay? Punk Dan, hope you enjoy the game stream. Did I just break something? Hold on. Nope, it survived. Baby check.
I'm sorry, my love. Just let me know you're all right.
The baby's dead. Sake with 10 bucks. Would you ever consider doing a segment on whether doing things that benefits others purely for your own personal gain or valid or not? Well, that's philosophy. I don't know if I handle that better than a lot of other folks, but I can try tackling it. No cringe here. Yes, I'm a libertarian socialist, Jeff. Oh, shit.
Don't go near it. Tazi.
Follow. Hope. Life. I think...
Happy to hear that, comrade.
I think she's trying to help us.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. My god. It's a fucking devil is what it is.
They're hot. Do you think we're gonna see more titties in this game? We've already seen 4 distinct titties.
Tassie? Hello?
Yes. Yes, I'm here, Doctor. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice.
Hold on. I'm gonna up the volume a little bit. I think you guys have earned it. I think you guys have earned a little bit more audio. There you go.
Ah. You are still... Well... Where are you?
The Oasis. We were here before. How do I get to the village?
We have lit a beacon in the tower. Look for the smoke.
Oh, my God. Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, you talked about my blackouts. I have these marks on my skin, and I keep losing control. You gave me a medicine. What's wrong with me?
Tap out tattoo.
I do not know for certain.
I can't go up.
Diagnostic implements, reference books, civilization. Remember, Tassie, control yourself. Avoid fear. Avoid anger at all costs. I have to go. Yasmin, she needs me.
Doctor? Doctor! Shit.
Hey, there's the smoke we need to follow.
There's the smoke.
That's what I said. Is the sun hot enough to scorch us? Go, 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 shade.
It can't be far. Oh, little one. A village. People. A way home. Paris. You love Paris. We'll go walking in the Luxembourg Gardens. I'll show you where Alice used to play.
Uh-oh, funny rhetorician. Are you a subscriber to the Medlock School of Thought?
Okay.
My general argument against, like, right libertarians is the fact that the point of libertarianism is to maximize liberty and freedom, but the absence of social welfare programs severely inhibits people's freedoms if they're not born wealthy. So, giving taxes to the government is, like, a necessary component of enhancing freedom for the citizens if done properly. Additionally, you can make the argument that the only reason currency exists at all is to be taxed, which is true. The only reason a central government even bothers with producing and maintaining a body of currency is so that it can make some of it back on taxes. If it didn't, then why would it bother with the fucking process? Oh. Whoa. So should we have currency? I mean, if we have currency, we should probably have taxes. Go. Isn't that Sam Cedar's argument for how currency is assigned value? Well, it's true. I mean, yeah, it is, because it's the correct argument. Sam Cedar knocked it out of the park there, and he's generally pretty good at arguing against libertarians. What do you think of Bitcoin? I mean, whatever it is, it's not a currency. Currency shouldn't be having fucking weekly crashes, you know?
When we get to the village, you can meet the doctor.
The one remaining champ, it's okay.
She's from Algiers.
I'm past the tanky
nice.
arguments. Can I turn down the ambient noise but keep the dialogue louder? No, because this shit-ass fucking game doesn't have distinct audio options. I know they wanted to rush it out quickly to make it in time for Halloween, but Jesus. But regular currency just crashes every 10 or so years? Okay, wait, this is the last thing that I'm... Hold on. Bitcoin value, 5 years. Max. Here we go. Okay. The difference is simple. This is Bitcoin's value, okay? Bitcoin fucking plummets, okay? Bitcoin fucking, there are, if you ever wake up one day and for reasons completely out of your control with absolutely no, like, central backing, you're worth half as much as you used to be, then that is a problem. The United States dollar, when it does have changes in its relative value, is way the fuck more gradual. And keep in mind, this graph begins at 0.5 euros, not at 0. The Bitcoin graph here starts at 0. The variance in the US dollar's fluctuations is way lower. Like, significantly lower. Anyway, whatever. It's just... True, funny Reddit. What's that in Bitcoins? I don't know. All right, chill.
All will be well. All will be well.
All will be well. It's all right to be all white, is what this woman's saying, not me. Oh, shit. Cringe. No? I feel like we're in the vicinity of cringe right now. The fuck is this? It's like a part of a road? Thank you, Punk Dan. I really appreciate that. Well, that's big. Is there a body under the sand? Okay, well, I can see where the game is pointing me. Okay. Cool, spooky mountain pass.
I really thought close.
Yeah? Yeah, these rocks have anxiety. Me on November 2nd. Oh. We got cringe, people. Oil. Oh, how nice. It's literally just a free oil thing. Cosmic cringe. Oh. What?
No.
What? I don't think it works like this.
No.
Does it?
No.
No, no, it definitely doesn't. Oh wait, no, it's not quicksand. It's a fucking... sinkhole. Sinkholes do work that way. I imagine.
Christ. We were so close.
How many times has that bitch fallen down a hole on the way? How many times? What are we in a fucking Dwemer Skyrim base? The fuck is this? Oh, baby check.
Are you there, little one? You're okay, aren't you? Just sleeping.
Oh yeah, lady. Oh yeah, it's sleeping after that fall. Okay. Huh. Okay.
Mother Mary, not again.
This is so much more high concept than the previous Amnesia games. Nice. Excellent. What? Oh, baby!
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
He kicked.
You're a little one. I may not know where we are, but at least you're still with me.
Good job, baby. They're still kicking, literally. Huh? Oh. Oh. Ah, yes. This is how an advanced alien race would design their cabinets. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This right here, this is where we put our triangle books. Oh, yeah. This one right here. Oh, what? You don't have a fucking octodecadahedron slot? Where do you put your octodecadahedron to fire? You set it on a shelf? See, the problem here is that it's not, this isn't the right shape. Even you? Whatever, I'm gonna check out the other end. This doesn't feel like the kind of area you would get attacked in, but... Okay, okay. Up to, up to, up to. Ah, that was my fuck up. These things go on the bowing frown shelf. What are your thoughts on Philosophy Tube? I enjoyed Philosophy Tube.
Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her, and to wonder what was going to happen next.
I haven't seen I haven't seen any of like the past 3 Philosophy 2 videos, but I'll get to it.
Every step we take it feels like we fall.
You know what? I bet Ollie hasn't seen all my videos either, okay?
There must be a way back.
All 500 of them or whatever.
I've seen that before somewhere. The
Well,
woman from the Oasis.
we saw this armor in like a cutscene. I don't know if... The fuck are you? What? Memory light lantern.
I find myself again confined. A day should not matter, but each day feels like waste. There is so much to do. Tamaku tells me that now, with Vitae, I have forever. But the people who depend on me do not. There is always something. Invasion, rivalry, sickness, penury.
True.
I have my duty. Perhaps I should end these sessions. Now they've found a way to stabilize the disease. I should be ecstatic. I should accept my fate and move on.
True.
It is such a faint hope that they can find any way to heal me. That they can find any way to grant my dearest wish. Now you are eternal, says Tamaku. Now you need no heir. None of them understand. This is not about politics or securing a future. This is not for the Empire. This is for me. Just for me.
See, the problem for me here is that Amnesia was cool because in the first game you understood very little of what you encountered. Everything was this great big Lovecraftian horror that you were just navigating around as a little insect. But now that we're hearing like voice logs of alien races talking about the politics of their home world, like this feels like yeah, we're pulling back the veil of mystery, which does affect the tone somewhat. Oh, well. Oh.
What the hell?
Yeah, I like how all alien, like, text, like, all alien shit has to be in wacky English text. Why can't this be in, like, Helvetica or Times New Roman, you know what I mean? Like, if it's changing to be readable to me, like, why not in the, yeah, Comic Sans, yeah, exactly. Ilion, the Septarch of the Enkindred Fortress has dispatched messages to the Outer Isles upon the guys on the Sorry, we got lost in the plot a little bit there. Let's just set it down. I don't care about any of this alien bullshit. Okay, this one just sucks. Fucking broken. Not even cool aliens. Well balanced, well balanced. They just have fucking lantern oil, you know, around. As one does. Okay, so there's obviously some connection between that thing on the wall and this. Do I bring it up? Ah, it's a connector. Okay. That is a body. Looks like a human body. That's cool. That's cool. Tops in all the politics in this game, i.e. having to play as a woman. I don't know, you know? It's pretty harrowing, you know? I just wanted to play a horror game, but I didn't think the horror would be having to be a woman. Okay, so we have this. Do we bring it over? Is this... Okay. Oh, there's more. Cool. 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 Like, look at this shit. Under the sign of Banu, on the third rise, at the first calling, I, a TRUU, made this record. Like, Jesus. Alright. I mean... Another one? Okay, what have we even done in here? Like, what... Wait, how is it going to the... That opens up. Oh, I see. Cool. Oh my god, we're gonna get spooked on real hard soon. I also like the trope where advanced alien-like computer consoles essentially boil down to like tablet glyph hieroglyphics, you know? You guys see that in movies? It's like, this is the advanced alien race. Here are a bunch of individual physical stone buttons with corresponding characters. The fuck is this? These batteries? Well, these ones are empty. The Necrons get away with it because Warhammer lore operates in the rule of cool. Okay. Oh my fucking god, hello. Place cock here. Oh. Okay. Is this the cock? Oh. This. Oh.
It feels like
That's the
it's
ball.
waking up.
Cock and ball, let's torture thee. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Okay, okay. So this does something to this. Now we have these things here. We want this open for now. We must find items there that are elsewhere on this floor. Let me out! The fuck are you? It has an aura. Oh shit. have any connections in here? It connects to this. Have I played Titanfall 2? No, I have not. I haven't played either Titanfall game, actually. Okay, hold on. We're getting a connection here, but... I think we have to connect two different things. Also remember, backseat gaming means ban. Fair warning. Under the sign of Ido, on the first rise at the 8th calling, I, Keita, make this record. Well, I guess there's no harm in having this over here. What changes in here? Just that lights up? The thing gave instructions? Oh, fuck that then. I'm not gonna have the game backseat game me. That's even worse. Man, that is so fucking bright. It feels like this should... Like, it should connect over there. It's just like a wire fence, you know? Dank Memes is talking about how you ignore the genocide. Nazi Germany did a bunch of good. Yeah, that's a typical position held by contrarian dipshit white boys. Hard to substantiate, though. Wait, what?
Rift.
What?
That could be our way
Wait,
out.
what? Did I just activate a trigger for like another room because I got too close to a seam in the wall? Okay. I'm going to assume that's not relevant to what we're currently doing. Oh my god, my shadow just spooked me. Fucking chair, dude. Chill. The lid back on. Thanks, Infamous Wedge. What? Oh. Maybe we go back to an earlier area? Oh wait, we could have just walked here the whole time. I'm such a fucking moron. They're coming with me. Small brain. Da da da. I've got a small brain. That's what I'm talking about. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Fucking control room over here. Jesus Christ. Are these people Necrons? Is this one of the fucking tombs of the star gods or whatever the fuck? What is this? It's Necrons. Whoa.
I'm so glad you're all right.
Okay.
I have no idea where we are. I'm glad you're here, though.
This is literally that Rick and Morty episode. Remember when they crashed the ship and the info was in the gas they huff or whatever? This is literally that.
There was a white sun at the great gate. It tore the air and the land.
You watch Rick and Morty? Didn't know you were that smart. Yeah, man. I try not to brag about it, but...
and turns all to ash and rust. The control stones have turned against my kindred, shaping them into floating wraiths of nightmare. The city falls, I am to blame. My companions took my formula, some to use it to destroy the Vitae at the gate, others to infect the Vitae pipelines and end the suffering. The gate has indeed fallen, but catastrophically, unleashing energies beyond belief. Still, the factories scream. We have failed in the worst of ways.
TRUU!
It is my duty to stay at my post, to see if I can find means to end it. I have no choice but to use the Vitae. An ocean holds the great Empress to life, so a meager portion will suffice for me. If any find this record, know that I was the traitor Kita, alchemist, apprentice to Tamako. Forgive us our folly.
This reminds me of reading like fan fiction, you know? It is the planet Alcaron, where the Princess Zenith is soon to be wedded to the brutal warlord Gloglar. However, the High Vizier, Senthus, dissented from the will of the king and went to rescue the Princess Zenesk, the other princess. The other princess injected a lethal dose of schmopium. And in a final bid for her oh no. Oh no.
Tamako's early experiments with the orbs summoned an entity, a creature, that scarred the world with its passing and wreaked utter destruction.
That's what happened in the first Amnesia.
The scar took the form of living, pulsating flesh.
Yep, that's the first. Yep.
I have studied the orb, and I now know why the scars appear. I believe I can make use of the same perturbation to achieve our own ends.
Oh, you got a license for that creature? Right next to, yo Vaush, why do you and your chat seem to constantly hate on British people? It seems rude and unnecessary. Should have won the war, you stupid piece of shit. Is this useful? It's kind of glowy. I don't think that's useful. So wait, was there literally nothing in here except for lore dump? Is that... Oh shit, that's like a... It's still beating in there. Oh no, is this another one?
It has taken me many, many rises in the gaps between my work for Tamako, but finally it is done. I have a formula which is in sympathy with the pulse of the orb. I can provoke the symptoms of the red flesh, and with it will come destruction, channeled through the Vitae network.
The Vitae network.
This might be the answer we seek.
Thank you. Finally, after 18 failures, I've come up with a contagion that will ravage our enemies. I call it COVID. Okay. Move it along. Hey! Oh, that was the labyrinth. Guys, lore. This walkway is on top of that lab. Which means this sterile laboratory can just have people, like, pissing on it from the above walkway. You can, like, step in dog shit and just, like, step on this and little flakes of dog shit rain down on the scientists. They're British? Oh, yeah. They, it only makes them stronger. Sorry. Gotta rehydrate. Ah, my daily 9:23 a.m. shower. Meanwhile, at Scotland Yard, oh, who got piss in this here blood sample we took? Sorry, that was really dumb. I in my head, that was better. I could have, just, no, everyone Pepe mods me. Everyone make fun of me. Everyone make fun of me. 100 shots and 1 miss. And all they remember is the miss. You fuck one goat, you know how it is. Okay, come on, can we get a vector here? Okay, we need another one of these connector thingies, right? There's no other way we could make this connection. Okay, the joke was gonna be, but I kind of lost the plot. It was gonna be, I ran the lab on this blood sample. There's urine in the bloodstream. Nah, mate. Just added some of that me own on my way over. Or something like that. That was gonna be the original plan. Hey! Nice, that's useful. Read the tablet. Oh, no, don't Pepe. No! Don't do it. Oh, did I pull her plug? Is this thing gonna fucking jump scare me? Oh, wait. Good night. Wait, are you shitting me? You're alive? Well, not for long. Welcome to Earth. I feel like we might be fucked. Giving it some thought, thinking that music might denote some kind of fucking. But we got the energy. Shit. You fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. What does this do? Nothing. Okay. Okay. Okay, so... yeah, the thing matches the thing. Is there any sort of... so we know what that corresponds to. Is there, like, a pattern match that we need to... You know what we could do, because we're just a bitch? What if we just attempted every permutation? I'm a scientist. I will never learn. What about the cubes? What about the cubes is the real question that I'm asking right now. Nailed it. I knew it. I knew it from the beginning. First try. Finally. Finally. COVID-20. Do you want something? Oh, it's a teleporter. Put my baby in it? Yeah, can I get my... Hey, kid.
Look at this place. It isn't Arabic or Tuareg or Ottoman or anything I recognize.
Do you not know what aliens are, lady? Look at this! I am from Paris. This does not remind me of the books I have seen as a child of the German architecture we read. Oh, not even the British would stoop to such low standards. Oh, this must be some American affection. Baguette. I know what I can do. Oh, is it not two-way? Well, I can't crawl in there. But the Energizer thing, if I teleported it there, would activate that door, and then I could get in? I think it would. But I gotta undo this first. Still feel like I'm fucked. That lady died and her ghost is gonna fucking haunt me or something. Alright, up we go.
What did we use this for?
We know! Fuck you. Vaush, this game has tits. Thankfully, YouTube TOS doesn't prevent nudity. It just prevents pornography. You can actually have nudity on YouTube. It feels weird because, like, there's other stuff you'll get banned for or whatever, and with how careful I have to be about copyright strikes, you know. But, with regards to nudity, remember that game Succubus? Hold on, wait. YouTube. Succubus trailer. I remember Agony had a lot of tits. Succubus prologue launch trailer uncensored. Those are titties.
Shouldn't be. Only it excites me.
Knowing you never will.
Kicking a pregnant woman in the stomach. Yeah, you can do pretty much whatever. It's all good. Nothing to worry about. Oh, quick catch up. Quick catch up on donos. Real quick. Okay. Sake with a very kind $10. Oh, in PT's video on ACB, Lawyer Man said if Texas went blue, the Electoral College would screw GOP out of every election. I'd cream myself in irony. Yes, Texas has been getting progressively more and more blue with time. The Republican Party there is going to try to, like, go more to the left to accommodate that, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. So it'd be really funny to watch them crumple, you know? Have I seen Jimmy Snow's Doomer video? No, the Left Tech Cat, I have not. What is it? Jimmy Snow. That is not the Jimmy Snow I was thinking of. Biden is going to lose.
On the count of 3, say Joe Biden is going to lose on Tuesday with me. I know it's a stressful proposition. It's a hard thing to say out loud, but please say it with me. 1, 2, 3. Joe Biden is going to lose on Tuesday. Now, how you feel after that is going to tell you a thing or two about whether or not you're in the right place with that phrase. And we're going to talk about that. But because this is so stressful,
My guess is that this video is about learning to accept the possibility that things are going to go wrong. It's not literally him saying that Biden is guaranteed to lose. That'd be my guess. Where does the money for BLM go to? DDBO2. If you check like BLM's website, they'll tell you where the money goes to. It goes to a bunch of local activist orgs. It goes to bail funds. It goes to social organization efforts. It goes to activists. It goes to or like activist organizations. It goes to legal organizations. All that stuff. Like you can see. Like they'll tell you better than I can. It goes to me. You know. Josh BK, thank you very much for the $5. I think I got ignored in my previous dono. No, I just can't read every dono out loud anymore. I get literally hundreds every stream, so I have no choice but to editorialize somewhat, you know? True professional dork. Very true. Mexiball Nation, thank you very much for the $5. Another hell of a boss episode dropped yesterday. It's funny as hell. Hell yeah, comrade. I'll give it a peep. Samalama Ding Dong with a very kind $5. NDP crushed the BC Libs in the British Columbia elections recently. I'm pogging. Fun fact, the BC Libs are further right than the BC Conservatives. Whack shit. Damn, dude. Maybe liberals and conservatives really are all the same. Fuck. Madeline Hobbs, thanks for the $5 and the kind words. Orion Lathrop, thanks for the $5. Hello, Vaush. Much thank from a Humboldt boy who you got to be politically active. Hey! I got to be politically active in Humboldt. That's where I started my channel. Fuck yeah. Randar the Barbarian, my streams are up and full. You can watch everything I've ever live streamed in the Stream VODs playlist on my channel. It's all there. Ultra Speed with the tier 1 sub. What is this? Ah, yes, my my Eminem Shaq debacle. We threw it away. True. There's a tanky being annoying in chat right now. I think they're just a troll, though. Bullcypher with the $5. I know you just love videos, so here's a short video on my favorite Thanksgiving story.
Hey, do your people even celebrate Thanksgiving?
We did. Once.
True! Oh no, I look away for 2 fucking seconds and chat dies. Whatever. I'll get to, it'll fucking be back up in 30 seconds. Lucas Exemplar with the $5. Consumer Review Fairness Act, what businesses need to know. The fuck is this? You give me, what are these words for? I'll give it a look, but probably a little bit later. So give me some words, comrade. Vontex the $5. Freeway encounter with Trump caravan in Southern Cali.
It is courtier in the Democrat in the Republican Party who seem to be deferential, allow him to get away with anything he says and does. I think this is, you know, there's finally a new generation. When we were their age, we handed them in many of our cities a police force, or to cut off Minneapolis. That's the only difference. They used the knee of a police.
Jesus. Fucking brown shirts, man. Jesus. Primate with a very kind $5. Thank you very, very much. Shell baby. Shell baby. It's such a pointy shell. Look at that. It looks like one of those fucking straw hats. Or not straw hat. The pointy hat. You know what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Beautiful, dumb flipper baby. Comrade Noel with $5. Peepo Animation HASAN Edition.
You guys know I love Felix. I think he's great, and I talk about him and defend him all the fucking time. What?
You love
dude,
your father,
are you fucking
the devil.
Dude, I can't do this. I can't do this. Dude, you guys are so fucking brain dead, dude. Like, Twitter likes and retweets mean absolutely nothing. They are completely meaningless. It's completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, in the scope of this conversation. Like every fucking 3 days on this goddamn platform, you have like a 16K retweeted gigantic Twitter thread where someone is like, it's ableist to make fun of me for not wanting to eat broccoli. Does that mean that that's a good fucking take? Are you really that stupid? Fuck you!
Jesus, Hassan. No getting unbanned from Hassan's chat, I guess. Is that how you guys feel when I ban you from chat? You get wide peepo sad? The White House is on lockdown. A federal law enforcement source tells NBC that beginning tomorrow, crews will build a non-scalable fence to secure the White House complex, Ellipse, and Lafayette Square. 250 National Guardsmen have been put on standby, reporting to Metro police officials. Damn, dude. Bitch baby. Bunker bitch baby boy. Imagine being the president of the United States and not physically standing out right at the base of the Washington Memorial and closing your eyes and opening up both your arms and waiting for 24 hours. Starjump, thank you very much for the $5. I'm glad you're here for the stream, comrade. I love it when folks join in on the streams. I love you when you watch my videos. I love you when I watch your streams. Thank you. Bird Mouse, thanks to tier 1 sub. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. We need more Okay Buddy Vaush, a weekly thing. I promise we will have plenty of time to go over Okay Buddy Vaush during our fucking all-day electoral stream.
Your old pal Scenable here, and I want to make a video about why, to this day, after the time in history when it was founded, we still need communism. Now, for any of you who don't know, communism is the idea of a nation sharing the wealth. And
what a based ass kid. Hold on, wait. Let me see if there's anything good. Oh damn, dude. Okay Buddy Vaush has been getting bigger. Hold on. It's top from the past month. Let's see. We'll check a couple, okay? We're obviously not getting that much video gaming in this fucking stream, so that. True. I feel like I feel like this is worth tweeting. Hold on. There we go. There we go. That's good. I like that. I can hear his voice saying God damn it, dude. Dude, I fucking love Tom Scott. Oh god. Dude, the 416 memes are the only thing that could make me less angry about the fucking Twitch permaban, dude. Holy shit. And we're about to witness something incredible. God, he is an absolute fucking legend. This is like the one with me and Destiny where it's just and so on and so forth. Fuck me, dude. I wish. This is how the Trump campaign gets its fucking people, too. True. No haterino. Dude, this is my Dungeon and Dragons shirt. What the fuck? Except it's red and black instead of white and white. Is it just a white shirt? Well, it's different shades of white, okay? God damn it. Six's pit hair was out of control in that pic. Yeah, it's popping. Look at it. It's out there. Nothing wrong with that. We've all got pit hair. I was more looking at the horse teeth. But look, we're not body shaming, okay? Just chill. What's this one's name? Beppis? This is Beppis, right? Bingus. Yeah, this is Bingus. The most objectively beautiful hairless cat. Look at this fucking thing. I wish I could iron the wrinkles out of Pigeon Dude. Holy shit. Ah, true. Hey, I'm wearing... You got me. I guess when you only wear like 5 shirts, the odds are pretty good. What is this picture from? Looks like an old picture. That shirt's pretty good though. Goddamn right. Ah, yes, we've all seen this one. It's a fucking classic. And we've seen fucking... Oh, I can't check it because I'm playing the game. No, not that from Parks and Rec. I mean this picture. The picture of me from, you stupid piece of shit. Jesus Christ. I don't criticize people for listening to rap, okay? I won't stand for this fucking slander, okay? Yeah, we listen to rap. You photoshopped in my fucking hair and beard. Oh, God. Stop. True. This was good, though. Respect the Tim for this shit. Wait, we got Carolyn, Sargon, the quartering. Who's the one with just the white hair? Oh, Ian Miles Chung. That's right. He dyed his hair. I forgot. Dude, Carl Gon's Wojak is so developed. Like, I could recognize this from a mile away while driving down the freeway, you know? Like, it's such a immediate caricature, you know? Oh, God, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Dude, I love tweeting stupid shit while I'm streaming because it's a fucking guarantee that it gets a shit ton of likes and retweets, even if it's complete dog shit. I love it's so much better. I should do all of my tweeting while I'm on stream so I can get that initial boost. Lamau, I drew that Vaush Chad. Bread Pains, did you really? This Vaush Chad is like, I see this all over the internet now. I see this image of me even in discussions that have nothing to do with me. Like, people just post this now. It's just like ubiquitous, and it's true. It just says true underneath it. You know? The true? True. We'll see how this turns out, okay? If Biden wins, then this is true. Then this premise is correct, okay? And if he doesn't, it's not. True! Where's Posadas John at? There are actually so many power donos, so many power donators. Who here? Do we have any OGs here who remember fucking radical autism? Cock and balls. Oh yeah, dude, Hail Kavaforth, the ancient scrolls. The ancient texts for Tell, you know? Okay. All right, okay. Let's oh man. Oh, okay. Even before flamenco was Soviet made, it goes all the way back. Guys, if I continue doing this for like 10 years, what happened to Hans Flemmenwerfer? Hans Flemmenwerfer literally couldn't stop saying the N-word, so we had to ban. As much as I thought Hans was fun, we have to be consistent with our moderation. But it hurt. Yeah. Yeah, I think Hans was like an actual Nazi, but they were like probably 13, so they were just generally jovial about it, you know? He just couldn't quit it. If I keep doing this like 10 years down the line and you guys are still around, or some of you, you're going to be like, you're like on the ground floor, you know? You're going to remember all this shit from way back, you know? Hey, you guys want to make a promise with me? Meet me here in 10 years, okay? No matter what happens, meet me here. I'll be here. Hey. What happened to Boot and Kanga? Well, Kanga was super young. Wasn't Boot too? Wasn't Boot like really young, or was Boot just? Did Boot just act young? I forget. Do I ever dye my hair color? No. Wasn't Boot that 19-year-old trans Nazi? Okay, so not a kid. I mean, yeah, okay. Where do I see myself in 10 years, though, for real? I mean, if everything goes well, I'll be a respected, prominent, and influential left-leaning figure online. Same as what I'm doing now. I'm already doing my dream. I'm already living my dreams, okay? Like, what more can I ask? Everything. I want everything. Let's go! Nice! Oh, spooky music cue. That was a spooky music cue. I wasn't born yesterday. Shut it off. Shut it off. We're getting out of here. Yep, we got an animation for it.
Smoke? That's the town. And the doctor. But how can that be?
Dude, it's all crazy magic shit. Do you have any fucking idea where you are?
Something just changed. It's fall.
God damn it. Okay. I don't know, I'm not turning around. Whoa! That's the goo! What? No! It's the fucking amnesia goo! Let me out! I forgot the... Oh! That's a fucking baby! This reminds me of my game idea. Mama. Hey? Kid? Wait, how? Oh. Monkey! What is my game idea? I've talked about it before. I don't want to bore people.
One. Yes, but what is 1 and 1?
Kid, what is 1 and 1?
Alice can't play
Alice can't play. Alice is gone. Don't worry, Mama. I'm here.
Stupid ass kid can't even do simple math. Oh, okay. Oh, are we fucking done so? Feel like there aren't any directions I can really go in right now. Hello.
Alice? Alice! Salim! Salim, quickly!
Wait, that kid's fucking dead. Wait, was he shot? Wait, why is there a fucking bullet hole? Wait, were you just fucking juggling pistols? No, I think that's a food stain. Okay. Oh shit, I'm like double pregnant now. Oh fuck.
No. You're so much bigger. This can't be.
Oh, I'm gonna shit.
Wake up, Tessie. Oh God. Oh God, Mother Mary. What am I going to do? Come on. Come on. Pull yourself together.
How does one get double prego? It's called twins, dipshit.
Where are we?
Dude, I literally cannot imagine being pregnant. I'm sorry, I know. Okay, whatever. I know I have a penis, whatever. I don't care. Listen, holy fuck. You know when you need to shit really badly and like you have to like waddle over to the bathroom either because you're drunk, you poorly estimated. A pregnancy is that times like 20. Like it's insane, dude. Holy fuck, I can't imagine. You know when you like sit down, like you have a really huge shit to take and it's like rounding the bend and you know that your asshole is about to get stretched to fuck and you know it's going to be uncomfortable but you have to poop, so that's what's happening. You carry that feeling with you for months. If you're pregnant, it's like forever like rounding the bend. Kind of. Only 20 million, okay? Stop snorting perks and your shits won't be like that. Dude, sometimes you just fucking constipated. While giving birth, sometimes there are tears to the anus. I think there are tears to the vagina, not to the anus. Well, I guess it could happen. I think typically the tears are to the vagina. You know, one technique they'll do, young people in chat, is that sometimes if they anticipate a big birth or if it's not dilating wide enough, they'll actually pre-cut the vagina open with like scissors or with like a razor. So they spread it open in a controlled way to allow for the birth rather than allowing it to tear organically, which could conceivably do more damage. I mean, that's true. I meant from vagina to anus. Yeah, to make extra room, they just cut the wall between the vagina and anus, so it's just one big, massive bloody poo canal, and it just sort of slides on out like a water slide. That's not true. What I just said there is not true. C-sections only? Well, I was born to a C-section, actually. I was C-sectioned. My mom's pretty small, and I was a pretty big baby. My brother was actually bigger than me, and now he's an inch and a half taller. So, you know, who knows? Of course, I'm quite a bit fatter than my brother, but, you know. I got stuck. Pretty sure they go against cutting it because torn skin heals better than cut skin, apparently. Is that true? Wait, hold on. Cutting vagina before birth. An episiotomy is an incision made in the perineum, the tissue between the vaginal opening and the anus during childbirth. Although the procedure was once routine part of childbirth, that is no longer the case. Interesting. So that has stopped being the case sometime in the recent past. The new approach. The procedure is still sometimes needed. Okay. A midline episiotomy puts you at risk of 4th-degree vaginal tearing, which extends through the anal sphincter and into the mucous membrane that lines the rectum. Fecal incontinence is a possible complication. Man, I am so fucking glad I was born with a penis, dude. Wow. 4th degree. Yeah, do you think there's like a 5th degree? A 5th degree vaginal incision or whatever is just getting cleaved in half by guts. Like from head to toe, you know? Stop for half your viewers haven't gone through sex ed. Yeah, you're right. I should be responsible. Okay, we good? Are we all cool now? We chilled out? Explain how bad C-sections are too. I mean, a C-section, I think for a lot of people, a C-section is less inherently terrifying, because for a person with a vagina or anus, the idea of these things tearing is like horrifying. But with a C-section, you're asleep the whole time, right? Wait, that's true, right? No? Oh, well, never mind, okay? Never mind. You're awake. They take your organs out. They actually do this. With C-sections, they cut you open, and then they take your organs, and they're like, hey, put them to the side, you know, shuffle them a little bit, move them around. And then you have the womb, of course. They cut that open. And then you yoink that. They take your spleen and your kidney. They take your lungs. You just have the lung tubes connecting you. You know, they like pull them out. They got to have a lot of room. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. They don't take all your organs out. The womb is up at the front. If it wasn't, then every time the baby kicked, it would hit your fucking small intestine first. And then your stomach, okay? Or then your belly. Yeah, the only organ they take out is the baby, okay? All right, back to it. Go!
Shit. I'm so heavy. This feels
What was the first webcam you used for streaming?
months.
I think it was a Logitech C950.
Oh, God.
Just having to... Oh my god, oh my god, even my tits got bigger. I mean, that makes sense. Did my tits get bigger? I don't know. Well, it makes sense if they did. Shouldn't be moving around stuff this heavy, lady.
This isn't a dream. This really isn't a dream.
Anything in here? I just kind of like playing with the physics. Hey, nice! Careful, babies learn how to throw delicate stuff as early as in the womb. Yeah, dude, if you're fucking not careful, they can like reach out and fucking get you with some shit, you know? A real gross fact is sometimes the placenta doesn't come out after the baby and the doctor has to shove their arm in elbow deep and dig it out. Yeah, and they get like poo all over their arm because you poo when you give birth. Because when you give birth, the force of the baby coming out is like squeezing your body like a fucking toothpaste tube, you know? Like, even if you poo beforehand, you're gonna poo when you give birth. That's true. Y'all are babies. Am I like... Oh, shit! Hey!
Oh, that's heavy.
Yeah?
Look, that ladder. Is that the way out?
Nice, Chaz. I want you to know that discussion costs you viewers. Good, I don't need no pussy-ass fucking baby shit baby viewers. Oh, hey, oh, okay, there's a ladder.
Careful.
Aren't we all shit babies? Nope, I had C-section. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? What? Okay. Oh, fuck. We've avoided scary stuff this whole time, but... Oh, shit. This is the fucking Amnesia blood muck. Oh, you have chest. What does it all mean? Man? Well, what the fuck is the point of this? Politics 101 remake post-election? Yeah. Did you know there's a whole community of women online who think women who have C-section births aren't real mothers? Yeah. Sad people are always looking for excuses to put themselves on top of others. People with real accomplishments don't need to do that to feel good.
Oh, that smell. Like back in the laboratory. It's getting stronger.
God damn it. I feel more see, here's a sort of another characteristic of what I think is failing game design. These areas where you're in like an alien foreign world, I feel way less scared when I'm here. Because everything about this area signals that there's no real threat. The way the architecture is designed, like all this, it signals that there's no threat to me. Or at least that's less of a threat. It's less spooky. But this is the alien world. Like, this should be the spookiest. Oh, well. Maybe I'm gonna be eating my words. Fucking blood, gore.
What is this foul stuff?
Have you not played Amnesia? Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Nice. Okay. Hey, what? What? Reminders, notes, memories, else. Fuck is this? Jesus. Okay.
I can't believe this. What if I get even bigger?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, probably. That's like the pattern. Wait, how do I get up there after I jump down? Nothing. Whoa! Was that a face? I'm a pussy. Ignore me. Wait! What? I hear whispering. What the fuck am I missing here? Apart from an increasing number of finite resources. Wait. I thought I went through here. Always the last place to check. Jesus Christ! Blood goop! Get up! We need laudanum. Yep, we need the health. Out, 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 out. Go, 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 go! Shit! No, we're good. It's God. God's chill. Oh, okay. Go, 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 go. You can really hoof it. Hey! fucking move. Okay. Dude, I can't keel through fucking force damage. Why? This is because we fell down a hole like 5 times. Like, if this chick could just like, at all times, hitch a rope to her waist and just like, anchor herself to nearby rocks, like, none of this would have happened.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, please.
Too many dark corners. I'll try to hold on, but this will be difficult, little one.
Would I play Breath of the Wild 2 on stream when it's out? Yeah, that sounds pog as fuck. Well, this isn't a very scary room. Okay. You rotate that thing. You can rotate it all the way around. Okay, now we know. Great way to bend in. Rematches. And this one's locked. There's this game that I've been wanting to play lately, and I feel like it's a game that doesn't exist. I wanted to play a roguelite dungeon crawler in the feel of the original Diablo. A gritty, intense, pixel art, floor-by-floor dungeon crawler with limited resource management. You play it from an isometric perspective, and you kill demons and crap. Laden jar vessel, relic age unknown. Great symbol laden jar found at door near camp. Blood device powered. I actually just started playing Grim Dawn, but no. I don't mean modern ARPGs. Actually, hold on. I know this is pussy shit, but I'm going to stop right now, and I'm going to talk about video games for like 15 to 20 minutes, okay? If you've heard me talk in the past about my game preferences or ideas, then you can just skip out now. I have a couple more donos to read after I'm done, okay? Okay, simple enough. I've played Hades. I have dozens of hours in Hades. I've played Grim Dawn, and I've played every other game you're thinking of. The game I'm talking about doesn't exist. The main issue is that nowadays, here, I'll turn the AC off. And I'll turn the lights up. That's a bit too far up. There we go. The main issue is that nowadays ARPGs are super, super fucking flashy, you know? Action role-playing games like Diablo. The original Diablo was really slow and methodical in a way that, you know, is just not... you don't really see from ARPGs these days. But it's a game that I'd really, really like to play. I like roguelikes. I like them a lot. I try to 100% them. I've 100%ed Binding of Isaac. I've 100%ed Gungeon. There are a couple others, but those are the main ones. And they took a good while, too. It took me 300 hours to get it in Isaac. Have I seen the new Baldur's Gate? I don't like RPGs where I play as multiple characters. The only exception has been Divinity Original Sin 2. I have played Darkwood. In fact, I'm playing Darkwood right now, but that's not what I'm talking about. At all. The main issue is that, like, Darkest Dungeon? No. So I already laid out the requirements. A dungeon crawler, RPG, isometric perspective, real-time strategy like Diablo. Has anyone here even played the original Diablo? Has anyone here actually played it? It's a good game. Broken game, but a really good game. Elements of it. I still have, hold on, I have it in my mind. Design document Diablo 1. I love design documents. I love design documents. Finding a design document for a game is so fascinating. Look at this one for the original Diablo. This is, look at this. Overview. Diablo is a role-playing game where a player creates a single character and guides him through a dungeon in an attempt to find and destroy Diablo, the devil himself. I mean, you start from such a simple premise and it ended up being one of the most memorable. Look at this. Town, temple, dungeon, it goes down. Like, it's so simple. Little concept art, marketing ideas. Just, I really like reading this stuff. And of course, this is like 30 million years ago. So, of course, this design document is relatively simple. I imagine modern design documents are quite a bit more complicated. But anyway, yeah, it's just always been really fascinating to me. The heart of Diablo is the randomly created dungeon. In a way, Diablo was like the first roguelike, kind of. You keep character progress, but, I mean, if you die, you yoink yourself right back up, you know? Of course, they have the waypoints or anything. But there's some elements of it that, I wasn't the first roguelike, guys. Jesus Christ. But there are elements of it, I think, that, Rogue was. Did you know the genre called roguelike is actually based off a game called Rogue? Your alliterative attempt to try to indicate the original Diablo game had elements that we now see in roguelike. I'm sorry, folks. The first one was Rogue. You should know this. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Why would you say Diablo's like the first roguelike? Do you have any idea how many hyperbolic statements I make, like, nonstop? Okay, like, constantly? Anyway, look, we're getting distracted, okay? Did you know Metroidvanias are based on Metroid and Castlevania? Anyway, I don't think the game I want to play exists right now, so maybe one of you guys will make it 5 or 10 years from now, and I'll think, hey, that's fun. What I had in my mind was a game that I actually have no interest in playing, which is called Sword of the Stars, The Pit. I remember watching Lethal Frag play that game 6-7 years ago, and for some reason, the memory of that game was just stuck in my head. It's a little indie game. It's not big, and frankly, I looked at it again on Steam. It doesn't look interesting to me, but do any of you know that game? Sword of the Stars, The Pit? Does anyone here know that game? Wow. Yep, okay. Somebody does. Yeah, it's honestly not that great. Oh, I'm not repping its quality or anything. Just anyway, I have this game idea, okay? You're gonna have to sit with me here, okay? If you've heard me say this before, you can leave. There's nothing else here for you, except for maybe a slightly better description, okay? I really like methodical games, okay? This is one of the reasons why Hades isn't a 10 out of 10 for me, in spite of it being fucking stellar, okay? The main thing that puts me off it is highly fast-paced, frenetic games where you're bouncing around. These are fun for me to an extent, but I actually really like slow, methodical gameplay. The Dark Souls games. Even games like Sekiro, which are quite fast, are still way the fuck more methodical than a game like Gungeon, you know? Some of these games, I really, really, really appreciate them. That game, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is pretty methodical, you know? Every move in Hollow Knight, there's like this rhythm to it, you know, boom, boom, boom. Not so much with the constant the running around, the bullet hell and stuff. Gungeon, underneath all of the bullet hell spam, is ultimately timed by your roll dodge. That's ultimately the only timer you really focus on. That and reloading, I guess, but that varies depending on which gun you have. And that can get really methodical, but Hades sometimes feels very spammy to me in a way that I don't necessarily resonate with. Depends on the weapon you have and the powers you're using and everything, but whatever. Here's an idea that I like. You a Monster Hunter fan? I put about 100 hours in a Monster Hunter world. Here's my idea, okay? And again, if you've heard this, you can fucking go, okay? I really like the idea of a roguelite where you are, or you play as, a spaceship, one of a fleet of innumerable thousands of spaceships amassed from an armada tasked to defend Earth, and you and your armada have flown, sailed, traveled out to intercept a spatial body that is approaching Earth. And that spatial body is Hell. Hell is not a metaphysical plane of existence. It is a very physical, celestial body, the same as any other star or planet or constellation. It is, in fact, essentially an embryonic womb that is formed around the beating heart at the center of Hell, what remains of Lucifer after he is cast down. The essential plot is as such. You and the rest of this fleet head out to intercept Hell, which is moving towards Earth rapidly. Something which Earth is only made aware of some 150 years ago. And since then, they've dedicated their collective efforts towards building an armada to defend themselves. And as time moves on and things get worse, as Hell gets closer to Earth, more and more events of supernatural significance take place on the planet. You know, the time is running out, the clock is ticking, the armada is assembled, and the armada is, and let me be perfectly clear, dog shit. This is not some sleek, beautiful, futuristic armada of Star Trek spaceships. This is a ragtag, rust bucket fleet assembled from every country on Earth, poor or wealthy, in a last-ditch effort to prevent annihilation. And you are one of those ships, and let me tell you, you are not one of the big ones. And you sail out, along with your thousands of comrades, and you are fucking utterly annihilated. You are obliterated. Just absolutely thrashed. You don't even get inside Hell. A thin, womb-like shell of skin encompasses an embryonic fluid, the diameter of which is approximately the same as that of our star. It's a gravitational body around which your fleet briefly orbits before being intercepted and demolished by the many the winged creatures of Hell. But in the battle, damage is done to the outside of that womb, and you are able to travel inside along with a few of your compatriots. And from that point, the roguelite begins. You, one rusty, worn-down, undermanned, ragtag ship with limited ammunition, on an orbital descent to the center of Hell, passing by other orbital bodies that have been caught in its wake, threads of sinew and bone and blood stretched across the cosmos, wrapping around the interior, all surrounding the beating heart of Hell, this center orb whose heartbeats send out reverberations capable of blinding you and smashing metal into bits. And because of the way orbital mechanics works, you can't just go straight down. You have to orbit down. Your entire, travel to the center of Hell is decelerating. You control your velocity. And essentially, you pick and choose which little battle vignettes you go to in the spiral downwards towards Hell as you get closer and closer and closer. And you meet other battle sites. There are other civilizations that have been gobbled up by Hell. There are other Earth ships that have made it further than you before dying. And you make your way through. You encounter at first just the winged bats and the eyeball demons and the other lower demons. And you go further and you see demon lords and further down. And the idea would be that when you're choosing which zone to go to next, like which of these 8 or 9 available points of interest would you like to decelerate and next meet on your orbital path? You choose from a variety of projected dangers. Is this area spider-like? Are there webs? Is this area exposed to the beating heart at the center of Hell? You know, is there a place to hide? Is this area prone to tumultuous waves of blood crashing against it and incinerating in molten heat any material it comes in contact with? You have to choose. And as for the actual way you play the game, it is a top-down space shooter, and a very slow-paced one at that. You're a big, clunky, heavy ship moving through embryonic fluid. You don't just spin and dash around. It's orbital mechanics. You move forward. If you move forward at 10 meters a second, and then you want to back up, you have to turn your ship around and move 10 meters per second in the opposite direction just to stop. If you want to move to the left or to the right, you have to manage that. It's a spaceship. And the whole game is about juggling inventory and ammunition and fuel to try to make your way down there. You have to constantly juggle, manage how much fuel you have, because more fuel is needed to further decelerate as you move closer to the heart of hell. But you also need fuel for other things, like, say, dodging. And some of the wreckage that you find gives you weapons you can attach to your ship, missiles, laser cannons, that sort of shit. Some of it is future tech from other civilizations that have been gobbled up. Some of it is weapons you've appropriated from the hell itself. And the point is, it's I think I've talked about this before, but does anyone remember those old StarCraft, Warcraft, and StarCraft 2 custom maps where you play as a fleet ship and there are lots of little ships that follow you around and your ship movement is very, very slow and it's about really methodically timing shots and dodges? You know? Like, you're not zipping all over the place, but it's about coordinating. It's like that, basically. That's what I'd like to imagine. And it's a roguelike, too. The enemies are very fast, but you have intercept missiles. The enemies fire shots at you. You have fucking flares to deploy, you know? You have shots that can move instantly and hit targets that are on the other side of the map you're on, and you have mortars that you can fire to damage shit that's even fucking out of range of your fucking map, you know? You can... there are multiple maps that you can overlay. That's an idea I really, really like. You have the immediate map that you can physically see. That's what you can see on your screen. You have a mini map in the corner, but then you have an additional radar map that you can overlay that gives you projected ranges of enemies 3-4 times the distance of your screen. Upgraded 10 times, you know? You can be taking pot shots at things that are literally dozens of miles away from you, you know? You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's just an idea. I think it'd be really cool. Yeah, World of Ships, but it's Diablo. Yeah, the World of Ships. Wait, what's another one? Come on. It's called like Sky Trainer. It's like Sky Train. You're a train and you're in the sky. Come on. Yeah, I've played Into the Breach. Sky Train. Not Skylanders, you dipshit. Sunless Skies. Yeah, Sunless Skies. I like that shit, you know? You move, you chug, you're real slow, fire missiles forward. I like that. I like that positional stuff, too. What if you had a ship that was asymmetrical, you know? And you get a couple of weapons. None of this is lined up perfectly. What if, like, you have the rocket launchers and the flares on different sides of your ships? You know what I mean? There's not a perfect 360-degree swivel to all your weapons. Sometimes, in fact, often, you will have weapons that can literally only fire to your right, or can only fire forward, or can only fire to your left. You know? Which means, like, can you imagine if you see, like, a fleet of enemies fire a shot at you and you fucking max speed try to turn your ship, pivot in place so you can get your fucking flares on the correct side? You know what I mean? Whatever. What would be the art style? Well, I'm no artist. I am. But I'm no digital artist. But I am. But I'm not a good artist. There you go. That's the catch. And I think I drew this a while back. Where is it? Do I have it? Where is it? View medium icons. Well, anyway, it's over designed, but I thought this would be cool, you know? Like I drew this a while back, idly, when I had more free time, and now I fucking don't. But I meant like real busted up looking, you know? Real like grim graphics. But I just sort of drew this offhandedly. What is it? Well, it's a ship. It's a rust bucket ship. Anyway, none of this is ever going to happen, so I just like talking about it. So kind of like Doom 3. Yes, the game I've described is exactly like Doom 3. If I played FTL, yep. Thank you, Big Tasty. Happy to hear it. The third-person view rather than a first-person. Okay, here. I'll doodle this and then we'll move on. You're doing all right? Yeah, I feel good. Okay. Look, it's super simple, okay? All right? At the heart of hell. How do you draw a realistic heart? It's like, this isn't right. I genuinely don't know. It's like, whatever. That's an apple. Yeah. Look at the apple of hell. Okay. Now, like distance wise, more like that. Yeah. And then when you're on your way, you want to decelerate to try to get closer to the thing, like so. But you'd have to realistically make multiple laps around the center of this thing. And the idea would be combat wise, you know, you have your little you have your little ship. And say you have like the rocket cannons on this side, and they can only fire out in an arc like this, you know? And your engines are back here. You can only move forward, and there are like little vector engines over here, so you can turn side to side. And then like over on this side, maybe you have like big fucking laser cannon or some shit. But that only fires this way. Like this doesn't even have a fucking arc, you know? But it fucking kills everything that way. And everything takes different ammunition types. And you can like scrap or salvage shit to try to, yeah, okay. You guys get it. You get it or you don't get it. You know, let's read the donuts. We're streaming tomorrow, of course. Beta Dre, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $20. Really appreciate it, comrade. I enjoy what I do as well, sometimes. The Josh BK, thank you for the $5. Genuinely happy to hear that, comrade. Left Libertarian, Best Libertarian. The David Perez and Rando the Barbarian, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $3. Hopefully weed will be legal in New Jersey sometime soon. That would be Pog. Art Thief, Ben Sheffer, and Ziphium, thank you all so much for the incredibly kind $5. What's our plan if Biden wins? I will be making plenty of material on that. Don't worry, comrade. Plenty of material if he wins. Get Stanfield with the incredibly kind $20. Do you think you'll play Bloodborne soon? I played Bloodborne for 2 or 3 streams, and then I decided Amnesia would be spookier for Halloween. So I'm going to finish Amnesia, then back to Bloodborne. That's the plan. Epimetrius and... Oh, with the incredibly kind 2 $5 donations, I think the alien world being less scary is maybe the point. Yeah, probably. TN Trev with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. I'm ditching a long-time sub to join here. Yeah, well, comrade, I appreciate your sacrifice. Thank you very much. Variety, the 375. Chat's always horny because there are a lot of fucking kids there. What are you going to do? Andrew, thank you very much for the $2. I have played Noida. It is so difficult. Holy shit. I would like Endless Sky. I'll be the judge of that. Open source space trading and combat game. Nah, I don't really like games that just go on and on forever. That's not really my thing. I like games that have a very directed, well-controlled challenge curve where I you know, where I feel like I'm progressing towards something. On Rails gamer. Well, it doesn't have to be on Rails, but I like a designed experience. I'm not a big fan of simulator games. HTTP Lovecraft, the very kind $10. Always the memes about Sake Tanuki and Posada Sham, but never the HTTP Lovecraft with the very kind $10. Ah, you predicted me, comrade. True. Listen, in all seriousness, the boundless kindness of the people who donate to me is impossible to capture in meme form. You're all too important. So it's not about competing with one another. Okay? J Brew, true. World of Warcraft is about leftist unity. Sake Tanuki with the $10 was Ashley Coffin the result of a JJ section. True. She does have very large breasts. This looks like a janky version of something vaguely like what you're talking about. Oh, let me see. Children of a Dead Earth. Design your spacecraft. This looks like a Kerbal Space Program, but I don't want a simulator type game or anything like that. It's a proper, you know, spooky dooky video game. Oh, true. True, Sake.
Go back! I want to be monkey!
True! That's what we do if Biden wins. All right, people. I love you all very much. You're beautiful. I'll be streaming tomorrow. You know what we're going to be covering. We're going to be covering the election. I love you. Have a good time. And I will talk to you soon.